Yo. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is so good to be back for this Sunday, back at the Oceanic Resurrection Tournament. I am your host, Halloway33, and I am joined by a very special cast today. My fellow casters, Mercury cast. Mercury, how are we doing tonight? And also, Weapon himself, the GOAT. How are we, fellas?
Oh man, it's so good to be back. Oh, I've missed this. It's been, 4 months? Since the last bit of Oceanic Resurrection action, I'm finally back on the call with Weapon, someone I haven't cast with in years. Another Perthy. I love to see it. I'm so excited to get in today's games.
Dude, I can't believe... So we were talking about this before the show. We've cast like twice. Once before. It's crazy to me that this has not happened, at least it's only happened once before. I'm so excited for the games tonight. Obviously, we were talking about it before the show. A lot of ramifications for a lot of these teams. So, yeah, this is going to be sick.
Yeah, I just also like to mention really quick about following our Twitter, the Oceanic Resurrection on Twitter. And also, if you'd like to see any of the past games, give a swing over to the YouTube. You can see the VODs on Twitch as well. They are very good games and you're going to love them. But let's take a look at the group stages for the games tonight. The tournament structure as well, for anyone that doesn't know at the moment, TOR is a 16-team fearless tournament. And as we continue the best of ones today, there is a potential for a group standing to be completely decided. Now, this Group B, if we take a look, Melbourne University Esports, if they win their game, that entire bracket is decided tonight. So this is a high-stakes day. We can see the other lineups of today in terms of we've got Coached by Woodon versus Low Cortisol, La Passion versus that Melbourne University Esports. That's going to be such a crazy game. Amp Enjoyers versus Forever Blessed, and Arc and Chingus versus the qualifying spot, which we won through last time. We can take a look here. This one's going to be good. It's Skull Bullet, of course. They put on a really good performance in that last game. Honestly, unexpected, really. But I think this lineup today, we've got some really, really good games. What are you fellas looking at here in particular?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be tough.
Please go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. You go first.
All right, because I want to talk about that second game. It's obviously going to be the most exciting because it determines the fate of Group B. But it also is going to be La Passion, who I think... there's some players on that team that I think have a lot of potential, particularly Braddle's Kajama Complex, I think is a very good bot lane. But then Melbourne University is a team that I talked about on our first day casting together, Hello. This is a team that I think is going to be a dark horse. I think we're going to see a lot from this team. I predict them to take that game. And I want to see how well they do it, because that's going to set up how they go into the next stage of the tournament, because they're going to be facing up against some really big names in that next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of someone I just want to point out here is La Passion. I mean, we're looking at how important this second game is. La Passion came out of the stands racing forward, but faltered a little bit. But I know how much practice they've put in since their games, and I just know that this second game is going to be a banger just off that fact. They've really shored up their defensives. They've shored up their drafting, and I think Melbourne University Esports is going to be in and is going to need to really lock in, because no underestimations can happen. We talked about, I want to talk about the games last night. I mean, they were some crazy sets. Specifically, that last game was a perfect example of do not underestimate any of these teams. I mean, really, that last game the other night, no one expected that outcome. And I honestly think it might be a bit of a repeat today, where I don't think you should expect anything. I really don't think. Do you fellas have any expectations on how today might go in terms of any of these games? Any sort of determined wins you're thinking in your head?
Ooh. I think game one, obviously, I mean, coached by Woodon, an incredible team overall. Yeah. They beat Capybara in round one, who was one of the favorites of the last tournament.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably going to be the win for them. They would go then to 2-0, which I believe means they qualify out of the group almost instantly.
Yep.
And then second game, like you mentioned before, is that decider. It is an incredibly tense matchup. And La Passion, to their credit, they lost to Rich Dynasty. So, I'm not going to throw any shade at them. This is a team that's coming in probably looking that's going to be one of the front runners. And MUE on the other end of that, trying to secure their way out of the group. A lot of amazing storylines heading into tonight.
Yeah, what do you think, Weapon, as we look in this first match in particular, what are you thinking in terms of, at least in this first game tonight, have you got some set plans out on how this game is going to go?
So I think it's going to be no secret for really anyone looking at this that coached by Woodon come in as the favorites. The other side, there is some firepower there. You know, we look at there's some unconventional stuff. Captain Tofu, obviously the Teemo jungle enjoyer. Guacamole Gary, I think, was fairly solid in their last outing, but I do think that the other side, Gavin, as we've been told to call him, and Rilla probably going to run that bot lane, and then the rest of the map is just like Woodon kind of takes every jungler, every top laner to task right now. And I don't think he's going to be really contested until we get to the next stage. But again, it's kind of like you were setting up. This is a day where we're kind of hoping to be surprised. So I'm really hoping that Low Cortisol can bring out something unique, something different that maybe does throw off Coached by Woodon. But it's not the expectation heading in.
Yeah, I think, you know, I agree with you that looking at this lineup, I mean, I'm just looking, my eyes are directly on Gavin here. I mean, his last game, the hooks hit, I believe he was something like 7 for 2. Like every hook was just landing nonstop. What about you, Mercury? Anyone in particular you got your eyes on this game in particular?
I mean, to echo your point, it has to be Woodon, right? This is the helm of the team, right? The one who is pushing them forward, pushing them to be better right there in the top lane, the Rock. But of course, look, the past 24 hours in League Esports have been unexpected, to say the very least. So if Low Cortisol can take this home, I would not be terribly surprised. Something's going on in the ecosystem.
I agree that there's certainly something in the air, but I'll leave you boys to figure out what is in the air. Have a good luck. This is going to be a good first game.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to get into it. I believe we've got Champ Select just around the corner. And I mean, we'll talk about some of the other things going on with this patch as well. Shyvana is up and available. Probably not going to see too much because those nerfs hit her incredibly hard. I think she's the lowest win rate jungler Emerald Plus at the moment. They really gave her a lot and then just punched her right back down. It sucks as a Shyvana player, so we'll have to see if Zookeeper might be the one to pick that up, or Tofu on the other side as well with those unconventional picks as we head into that Champ Select. Woodon, with this first ban, what will it be?
Yeah, let's see. Of course, the big priorities, obviously outside of those mid laners, the Orianas, the Azir has fallen off a little bit. That's interesting. Feels like it's a bit targeted. But we know what the priorities are in the highest levels of League, but often at this stage, you do kind of target those comfort picks. But then that does also mean that for the side of Low Cortisol, if they've just been watching First Stand, they can probably just take away some of those priority picks. And there's the Ashe that denies things like the Seraphine. And you have to talk about things like Woodon's Jax, Woodon's also he's got a fairly mean Cassante, basically anything, yeah. And then for Zookeeper, of course, I would not be surprised if we see the Karthus ban. Although sometimes you can look to just let it through, and if you are a confident team, especially if you know that you have one lane that can just win and get you priority, then you can look to invade the Karthus and really set them behind. We've seen that be attempted before. The problem right now is that the team around Zookeeper on Coached by Woodon is just not that team. There is just no weaknesses on this team, no lanes that I think you can really exploit. So that's the reality of the situation. You just have to play standard, look for your opportunities on Low Cortisol as Shyvana. There you go.
Yeah. So we won't be seeing it this time around. The Embessa as well. That can be. I mean, we saw it sort of pioneered in the Oceanic Resurrection last time around. That Embessa jungler coming in, and now it's become a staple across the world. Yunara as well. So no Yunara Lulu in that bot lane. It means that the Nico probably won't be played as much, although still a powerhouse in its own right. And the Oriana as that last ban. So, Ryze is up, Rumble is up, Cassante, these power picks available. And like we mentioned with Woodon, he really can just pop off on anything.
Yeah, and I think this is probably where you do look to just slam that Rumble. It is the highest priority pick for a reason, but they're just going to go straight for the Jhin. That is interesting. Does leave the Rumble open on the other side for Suicune. So we'll see if that is potentially the pickup. Jhin is an interesting one because as soon as I see Jhin, I think, okay, great. I'm playing like Ornn, Sion, maybe even a Galio in the mid lane, and then like where's the damage going to come from? As okay, Rek'Sai is going to be the pickup. So
yeah, well, I'm glad that Vestian isn't on the call right now, because I know he would be fuming about this pick, and I'm not a huge fan of the Jhin myself, and especially first pick is incredibly bold, because it means they can just play the Tristana into you. The moment, I mean, the moment that jump comes in, you've lost half your health, and that entire lane is over. And the Rek'Sai as well, if it goes top lane, you won't be able to deal any damage to it. If it goes jungle, you'll just be chain ganked on repeat, and they will burst down that bot lane tower with ease. We're going to see the Riven. Is that locked in?
Yeah, that's just locked in.
I think that's a locked in Riven for Woodon. Possibly expecting this into the Rek'Sai top. We'll have to see. And there's the Nautilus as well. So taking away a little bit of that ability for Guacamole Gary to get on top of this Jhin. But even still, it's going to be an incredibly rough lane and a bold start to the draft overall for this team. The coach has something cooking. I wonder what it is.
I don't necessarily want to say that this is an ego draft, but this is an ego draft.
Oh, absolutely.
This feels like an ego draft. This feels like okay, like we are so much better than these guys, so let's just pick what we want and win in peace. Yeah, Malphite is obviously going to be a problem for Riven if the game does go a bit longer. You stack up some armor, she doesn't really get to play the game as much, especially because she goes those more lethality-focused builds. But
don't really go Black Cleaver first,
Yeah, but I think that this is a game where, if coached by Woodon, they just feel so confident that they can just win every single matchup. It also is going to confirm that it is the Rek'Sai in the jungle, so giving yourself that strong duelist in the jungle as we go into bans. And, well, there's a Malphite, so guess what you got to ban?
Yep. Silas tax is paid this time around, and it will leave a lot of options as towards the damage for this team, because, I mean, you have to go... I don't even really know what you can go in the mid lane here. It has to be some kind of burst mage. I mean, like, maybe Ari is an option if you want to go that route, but it's still a little bit of an iffy situation. Lux and the Zyra ban, so really, really targeting Bad Memory in this bot lane, trying to make it at least somewhat playable.
Yeah, it's a curious set of bans. So I think what you probably just need is just more DPS. Normally, this would be the situation where you'd be looking for, like, the Rise Cassio handshake, and that's kind of giving you that DPS sort of backline threat on the side of coached by Woodon. But I don't really know what low cortisol are really putting together here. So, like, if eHop has an Azir, then that's just, I think, the slam. And then it doesn't really matter that you've got a front line because you've got an Azir and you can just get to the point where you can just cut through it. But I don't really know if that's in the champion pool of eHop. So they're going to go for the Ari, which... like, there's one target for it, and that's about it. So,
and that target is blocked by a there's something you could go in the jungle. Okay, I'm liking the volley. Yeah, but even still, like you mentioned, there is only that one target of a very, very mobile AD carry in this Tristana. You got the Vladimir as well coming out in the mid lane. This is an unorthodox draft, to say the very least. I don't exactly know how coached by Woodon are going to get on top of these carries, even with the Stormbringer, the ult knocking off the towers. There's very few ways that you can engage onto a very mobile, very protected set of damage dealers.
Yeah, like I said, this feels like a draft or a game where coached by Woodon are coming in incredibly confident and just feel like they can explode their lanes, because that's the way that they win this game for sure. It doesn't matter that you've got a Vladimir who can turn into a puddle. It doesn't matter you've got a massively mobile Tristana. If you get that one kill, if you're so far ahead that the stats just aren't going to be there for the enemy team, then this Ari can run rampant, throwing down she gets to press R and put down a massive Morgana W. Volibear can just chain dive, and then Woodon obviously wants to try and get to that Axiom Arc timing as soon as possible and just be completely running over the face of this Malphite. So you can see the vision. It feels disrespectful, and maybe this is what we were talking about before, where maybe there is an angle for low cortisol, because if they're getting disrespected to this extent, then it is disrespectful. What if they don't get blown out in the early game? Then you're just lacking in damage. You've got more DPS on the other side. You've got a much more structured front to back. It just is so much easier to pilot for low cortisol.
I'm hearing as well that low cortisol won some Clash games last night as well. So maybe that ego plus those wins gives them a little bit of confidence heading into this as we see some... I mean, this is just standard laning, nothing unusual so far across the board.
I was actually
a few people...
I was watching Pethy's stream before we went live, and he was running he was playing some TFT, and he did manage to hit the Rise full Rise comp. So he's got to be feeling good after that one. Maybe that's going to lend him a bit of confidence as well. I've never been able to make Rise work in TFT.
It's fun. It's fun if you can really find the angle, but it requires so much econ to get into it. Speaking of econ, they are pushing in this bot lane a little bit here, giving nice sidestep from Gary. With this Rek'Sai nearby, it gives a little bit of a worry, but a nice burst. Hang on a moment.
Ooh.
Double Sum's going to be forced out immediately. Not exactly an ideal situation to say the least, but Tofu's nearby. Good potential look for something. Ignite is down. There's no exhaust. If they decide to go for this, the pings are coming down. Do they have the angle is the question. They're going to land onto Gavin. Gavin takes 2 hits. Stun's going to come up in a moment. They're going to take one, probably, or the slow might be enough. The knock-up might, with the shield, live. The flash is required, but the first blood comes through regardless. The side of low cortisol, and that's immediately going to relieve so much pressure in this bot.
Yeah, the response on the other side is going to be just a straight-up mat split by Zookeeper, so he gets his own back. But that is a couple of flashes invested for the side of low cortisol. In exchange for the support's life, they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit of advantage in that lane. Just 300 is good for Guacamole Gary. And it doesn't really bode well because that is going to be that target that you do want to blow up. But definitely not going to be a massive game-defining moment for them. They are going to be able to just get back the lane and continue kind of bullying this one out, and we're gonna land.
More action. There's that jump, like we mentioned before. It's just immediately able to hunt down Reeler here. They're gonna find it. The Triumph doesn't come through in time, so it will be traded back. There's the 1-for-1. Maybe another if Gavin in this supportal combat can find something to stand behind. Will be enough to secure the retreat here for Bad Memories. In the top lane, Wooden as well, securing a decent lead. Got that proxy earlier as well. So just playing this lane how you want. You're not going to be able to kill him, but you can at least get ahead.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be the big thing for Coached by Woodon is they really are relying on their top side of the map to be incredibly strong, because as much as Reeler has gone down a couple of times, he has burnt the flash, he's now been killed, so he is solidly behind in that lane against the one person that we really didn't want to see get ahead. He is going to be in that utility role. So as long as he can stand back and press ult and there's a hook landing.
Yeah, didn't buffer it, but chose not to because there's a big chunk of damage. And Gavin, maybe that was a bad idea flashing in. Even with that Hex Flash, might have to retreat to safety just with one of those floating moats. So there's no survivability on this Nautilus. Oh, hang on. Oh, good block. There might not be. Hang on.
Rek'Sai's here.
Trouble. Good shield and dive on the tower.
No.
Buttercup good for one, gets a second as well before falling on the sword, and this bot lane is going from bad to worse.
That is worth it every day of the week for Captain Tofu. Pulls off the dive. They already had the targets tagged up with the Braum passive, so easy with that enhanced attack speed from the Rek'Sai to just proc the stun, get the bonus damage, get the E for the execute. So easy for Captain Tofu, and he goes down at the end of the play, but it just doesn't matter because they're going to be able to crash a wave. They're going to be able to get things reset. You can already see the BS sword in the inventory for Guacamole Gary as Zookeeper has found Buttercup, but Hethy's on the flank with the Ghost.
Yeah, Zookeeper might be in a bit of trouble. Spirit Rush, but look who's here. The Braum savior for this Rek'Sai now.
He doesn't have 6.
Might be able to find another. Ooh, flashes over to secure it, and Zookeeper, a bit of an overextension there, and it will result in another kill going towards this Rek'Sai, who's ahead in camps in a moment, will be with that smite. And I mean, even in the bot lane here, losing that wave to the tower, ahead in CS, sure, but this is a BF sword cull on a Tristana who is very, very capable of diving you at the moment. Suicune might have the ult, or barely got off in time as sensed that something was around, saw it with the ward. We'll be able to buy them a bit of space, but still nothing really to play for. They don't have the setup for this dragon. Grubs aren't up for another 2 minutes. They're sort of running out of ideas to force something on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Tristana being the person who is getting fed, reaping the rewards
Yeah.
from the bot lane players is definitely what we're going to see because that BF sword, the Cull, she's going to get richer and richer. She is the person who's going to be doing the primary damage. Even just the Vladimir, when it gets to the fights, he's just there to press R and amp the damage for the Tristana. So definitely not what you want to see. Really want to see Zookeeper try and find his way down there and look to do something to upset that setup, or at the very least, maybe even make a play towards top side to actually get Woodon rolling in this game. Because yes, he's got a 250 gold lead, but that's really all he's got, and it just feels so disrespectful from Coach by Woodon. Just this entire game, the draft, the way they approach the game, feels like they're just so sure that they're going to win this one. And they're slowly, bit by bit, I think, being proven wrong. It is just that 1k gold lead. E-Hop he does have the ultimate, so he'll be completely fine here. But it looks like Buttercup is looking for another invade.
Yeah, I mean, it might be too late to even try something bot with how far ahead they are, and Zookeeper going very aggressive here, knowing that someone has to be nearby, and Pethy as well. Gonna force him off. Good damage as well. Bad Memory might be the sacrificial lamb, and we'll find another. Pethy pops the ult to buy some space, but Spirit Rush will find that pick onto the support and give a little bit of a gold ingestion where they need it.
Yeah, definitely. One positive play for them. They find as Gavin commits the flash, gets the hook, and then they just easily blow up the target, chain CC'd with the Volibear and the Aryan Woodon. Cut tape. We don't need to see
I think he must have tried for a dive there. We can see the Ignite's down, the ult's down.
Yeah.
Tried to go for something clearly, but just wasn't able to find it. Gary could be in a bit of trouble. Good gets out there in time.
Nice use of the Y-axis.
Yeah. Hang on.
There's the ult.
Won't have it this time around.
Doesn't have jump.
One's going to land, a second. Good flash, but it's a bit too early. But never mind, the shot goes wide. Almost hit my window, actually.
Yeah, they would have had vision on him, surely. So he was against the wall, nowhere to go. I guess he
maybe thought
the flash,
the W was back up. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But even still,
they did burn the flash,
a little bit of pressure.
It's a win, for sure.
Yeah.
And definitely keep themselves relevant in this game. It's still just that 1k gold lead, so nothing major here. Zookeeper going to pick up at least one grubby. Has the ultimate to get away if he needed.
Pretty strong in this situation. Has the ult. There's no slouch, and it's going to force him off immediately and destroy that tunnel so there's no chance of contest. So 3 grubs will help alleviate some tension, but you've got to find some place to actually use that pressure on the map. As never mind, Guacamole finds the 1-for-1. Bad Memory's going to fall on down. Don't know what happened there as well, but that's going to be so much pressure again on the bot lane. It's going to close in on a 1k gold lead down here at 9 minutes if another plate is secured, and this wave's going to fall to the tower as well. Disaster here in the bot lane. There's now Woodon, the captain, in a bit of trouble, surrounded by a rock and the queen from the void, and now might have Zookeeper here to turn the tides. Ult available, not just yet. Buttercup though, gonna ult instead. Stormbringer shuts off the tower, but Buttercup's good for one, looking for another. The whole gang is here at 10 minutes. A brawl in the top lane. Pethy as well gonna land the ult. Spirit Rush to safety, and a disastrous turn of events once again, and Low Cortisol is running away with this game.
Yeah, they're just responding so well to the plays that are being attempted by Coach by Woodon. That time, you just don't have the stats on the Riven at this stage of the game. You don't have the CDR to kind of keep cycling your spells, and in that case, it was the E that was used. So once that shield is down, you can see Captain Tofu just went for the execute and was able to easily clean up the kill because there was basically nothing left for Woodon to do, and then they all kind of pile in afterwards. E-Hop was able to push in that wave, but that's about all they get. Meanwhile, on the other side, the absence of a Braum, rather mercifully for Reeler and Reeler, apparently, according to our interface, Reeler and Gavin, will let them get a plate back, but it's still that 1k gold lead. It's still a bit of a disaster, and I'm really concerned for how these fights go for Coach by Wooden once we actually start to look at dragons, because right now they don't even get to look at dragons.
Absolutely. It's a very, as well with this Rek'Sai, very easy to underestimate how tanky this champion is, especially when the Ignite was off cooldown, was on cooldown rather, like before. The Titanic Hydra providing so much in the way of that durability, plus the healing you get when you're underground. Now you can tell they're looking for something. They smell blood in the water. They want Gavin to try and come up and contest something. They're going to probably just start onto this Infernal Dragon. We do see them, Captain Tofu, beginning that one up. There's no way to contest this Zookeeper on the other side of the map. So we'll just hand that one over, short of Reeler hitting an amazing sneaky level shot.
Yeah, that one is uncontestable, as we say in the business. As Guacamole Gary also has the fully completed Yuntals in inventory, so going to be stacking that extra crit, massive damage coming through from the Tristana at this stage of the game relative to everyone else. So you just don't get to fight on that bot side for quite a while, and really, again, it kind of comes back to that draft, right? Like this, when your gank is an Ari, landing a charm is great, but when your gank is a Volibear running at you, stomping his little feet at you, he doesn't really get to do much because he just buffer the jump, and then he gets to press Q again, sure, but it's just not a great time. So Zookeeper, he's found Suicune. I don't know if he even gets to win this one. Slowly.
Just a bit of a love tap across the board. Maybe they look for the 2v2 here if Zookeeper is feeling a bit ambitious, but Buttercup's here as well, so not going to do anything. But I just want to shout out real quick the vision control here for low cortisol. Look at that spread in the bot lane jungle. You can't step up to even try to gank this Tristana and get some form of lead back in favor of Reeler in this position. There's nothing topside either as well, so you can't dive Suicune. They're really running out of options to try and at least stem the bleeding.
Yeah, and that vision is doing two things, right? You can see the double control wards, one in the Dragon Pit, which means that Captain Tofu has tunnel access into the Tribrush. He doesn't need it right now, but you can see the tunnel is set up. So even if you attempt this gank, and it looks like they might look for a bit of a dive here, waiting for the wave.
Three nearby, so Buttercup might be in a bit of trouble, a bit of an overextension, and it will be punished. The shutdown goes on to Zookeeper as well. Going to fund that very expensive Build-A-Bear situation quite nicely with the Dusk and Dawn now completed. A little bit of Icarus flying too close to the sun is a parable I find apt here.
Yeah, a little bit. Ult drop by Pethy.
Pethy might just land the solo kill. Nice charm under the tower, but it won't be enough to turn the tide. Gets that pull up in time. No tower shot to get revenge, and E-Hop gonna fall down. First death for this mid laner. Things are getting from bad to worse.
Felt like it was a bit inevitable at this stage of the game for basically everyone on the side of Coached by Woodon. Tower going to be getting low, and they do get it. So first tower picked up, Gavin has to flash.
Forces the flash.
And it just feels like there is no real out here for Coached by Woodon. Yes, you had that one positive play in the bot side where Zookeeper was able to be there in time for the gank, but I think Captain Tofu now just makes a mental note of don't do that, which is, you just don't do that anyway. And now you're at a point where towers are starting to fall, the map is going to get sort of compressed around these objectives, 1 minute 50 on the Electric Drake, Hextech, thank you.
Hextech,
they're going to have that available to fight for in a couple of minutes, and you can just send Guacamole Gary and Bad Memory back into that mid lane, and they just get to control the map. So you're kind of looking for a way to creep your vision line forward here as Coached by Woodon and actually try and find some people in rotation, but it's very difficult when you've got this Rek'Sai on the other side who can kind of just be anywhere she wants. She can see people through Fog of War as well with the Tremor Sense, so any trap you're trying to set up has to be really well planned. It's a very difficult spot here, and they're just applying so much pressure across the map as low cortisol.
Good vision control, though, from Coached by Woodon. There's two wards towards the back entrance of the river that weren't swept, so they do know how many are nearby here. This is their probably one chance to make a comeback, find an open tower, maybe push out that bot lane and set themselves up for that Hextech Dragon. Now playing safe with it, though. They'll burst that down. TP coming in from behind. Bad Memory probably going to be the sacrificial lamb once again. This Ribbon's here just to clean things up, so they'll take one kill, they'll take control of the pit now, and gives them a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, it's going to give them something, a little bit of extra gold in the pockets coming off the plates wherever they decide to drop that one. definitely probably want to try and funnel that into either Woodon or the Ari, try and fund the next item purchase. Could give it to Reeler, of course, but that feels like you're kind of stemming the bleeding rather than building any sort of advantage. So what this does probably give is on the other side, you can see Pethy has pushed all the way down to that tier 2. So with the dragon spawning in 10 seconds, just off the lore of tempo, this is going to be a dragon that just goes straight over to low cortisol. Zookeeper has found Suicune, and he can just press R.
He can, but I don't know if he can actually kill... Yeah. I mean, this is such a tanky Malphite already.
He can just do that because all he needs to do is distract. But wait, there's a fight on the other side.
Flash on into Gary, could be in a bit of trouble. Good knock up, and they're going to secure the kill onto the AD carry. But how much further can they go? No pool available. That's 2 kills. They're looking for more. Hang on a moment. This could be a bit of a comeback. They're going to hand over another one to Reeler, and now they're in a decent enough position to maybe make a play towards this mid lane. They're not going to secure the dragon, but they'll get 3 kills, looking for even more. The Stormbringer as well. Bad Memory's going to fall. The Charm as well. They might just look for a clean ace. Not quite yet, though. But even still close enough at 17 minutes. The tide has shifted. They've got a gold lead finally here.
Yeah, 1.3k to the good, 4 coached by Woodon, and it was just a bit of an overextension there by low cortisol. We'll see the play again. Woodon is there in position for the dragon start, so yeah, really nice flash to buffer the W through and just blows up the Tristana. Most of their gold lead just evaporated. The Captain Tofu on this Rek'Sai tries to do his best, as does the Pethy on the Vladimir, but once his spells are on cooldown, just doesn't really have a whole lot left, and they just kind of win the fight by rote from there. Really nice force shot by Reeler, and Woodon is probably not long for the world, unless...
Gonna fall on down with that flash secured, and Buttercup gonna be the one to claim that. But like you said, an incredible fight for them. I do wonder perhaps though, if that fight was played more standard, if Cortisol was in position to actually contest it, because it looked like they were just gonna go for the dragon. 2 of them were in mid, like they're tanking there. Yeah.
The issue with that fight was that one, Suicune got caught, so he wasn't able to be there to contribute for the fight, had his ultimate burned in the play before. But then I don't think they were expecting anyone to not be on a reset timer. Woodon had obviously stayed on the map. He was ready to respond to the dragon, which was the next obvious play. With you losing the Herald, you would obviously try and cross map, but just really well read by Woodon to be there in position to just at least try and stop the dragon, but then obviously the play got extended and they actually cleaned it up. So well planned and well executed by coach by Woodon.
Where do they go from here is the question. 1 minute until that Baron, but probably outside of a crazy situation, we're not going to see that fall for maybe another 4 minutes. Chemtech on the other side, it will be the Soul. 2.5. And you got to imagine low cortisol thinking about that as a potential win condition. It's not terribly, it's not one of those dragons where on its own it's a win condition, but with this composition, with the Vladimir, with the Rek'Sai, that extra damage at the low health can really, really make a difference in those team fights and just make you insurmountable in that situation. Even, even excluding the extra heal and shield power you get from it.
Yeah, champion like Riven, of course, so many shields coming up, would be a game where you might consider building a Serpent's Fang if you had a viable carrier for it, but I don't think you do outside of maybe the Rek'Sai. Definitely don't want a gimpy build on the Tristana, who does a surprising amount of magic damage as well with her Satchel Charge. So, actually, that's what it's called, Explosive Charge, I think it is. An awkward one to stack lethality on for sure, but could be an option. But on the other side, you can see cool adaptation here as Buttercup just
broke his ankles.
Yeah, really nicely played. Cool little adaptation as well by Woodon. Going up against the tanky Malphite on the other side, has actually gone for the Last Whisper early. So it looks like he's going to get himself probably will be a Serelda's, and skipping the full sort of lethality version of the Riven, just going straight for that armor pen. Really like it, makes sense, gives you a little bit of uptime against the Malphite in theory. Right now it's not really working, he needs to complete it, but he will get there eventually, and that will be actually really nice for him. So using his brain when it comes to speaking to Boris.
Yeah, there you go. The Serelda's completed this time around. The Shopkeeper will not win this game.
This round.
At least so far, we'll have to see. Riftmaker on the way for Pethy. This is going to be a very, very nasty Vladimir to deal with once that gets rolling. Like you mentioned, the ult, even empowering this Tristana as well. Bad Memory could be in a bit of trouble. Look at that damage on towards both Gary and Reela. They're going to block the fourth shot. Oh my god, it lands through anyway. The Ignite not even needed. They might find another, but Pethy, look at this positioning. Ult lands onto 2. They've isolated. Stormbringer's going to come down. Zookeeper lives a little bit longer. It's chaos on the map, but now, look, E-Hop's here. Maybe can find something, but look at the damage. Maybe Buttercup's going to fall on down. Finally, Gavin in a little bit of trouble. Bad Memory somehow lives it all. And look at that damage on the Malphite. This is a full tank Malphite doing 3k damage in a fight, and somehow at the end of it all, low cortisol. Their cortisol is definitely not low after that.
Yeah, definitely not. Stressful situation, but they do manage to get the fight win. It's just so tanky. Like, the front line is just so hard to chop through when you're not really these dedicated divers. It also didn't help that in that fight, coached by Woodon, they just kind of piled in piecemeal one by one, so very easy for the Braum to do his job, tag up a target, walk to the next one, and they didn't really concentrate fire on anyone besides Guacamole Gary, who, yes, he's that primary target, but you can see the rest of the members are starting to get to the point where they are threatening by themselves, especially Captain Tofu and Pethy on this on the Vladimir, actually cresting 2 items, so he's actually quite a threat himself, especially once the ultimate is thrown down. So yeah, difficult fight for you to get through, and it felt like, again, like I keep going back to this feeling that there's just a lot of overconfidence here for Coach by Woodon, where they just feel like they're going to mechanics max through, and they're just not quite finding the angles. Really nicely played by E-Hop in the last fight, but again, it's just not enough. They need to be fighting together. They need to show some respect to the front line and actually play these fights out standard.
Yeah, they burned everything to get Gary, and then the rest of the extended fight, Pethy and Suicune we saw, were just able to tear through the opposition here. Soul Point now going to be secured. Gold is practically dead even at this point. I mean, given how the game started, even still, you know, not the situation you expected. Bad Memory probably once again going to be caught. Fourth shot might be enough. They're going to commit 2 other ults for it as well, so not a terrible situation. Nice charm lands and E-Hop. Absolute redemption for that fight before for coached by Woodon, but E-Hop just continuing this business. You'll love to see it. And now they're going to turn towards this Baron. How far can they go is the question here. If they're going to commit towards this, Suicune does not have the teleport. Woodon is on the way. Buttercup stacks up the rage. Gavin, oh my god, they're just going to burst anyway. It doesn't even matter. And now Pethy needs to make something happen. Gets 1 at the very least. But it's an ace otherwise, except for Suicune. And they're going to secure this Baron for free.
Yeah, really nicely played. They know that there's no teleport on Suicune, so they make the call, they make the play, they catch out the Braum. So I wanted to see some respect, and I think they paid it by just realizing that they can isolate out the front line and just chop through them while they're looking for rotation, looking for vision. And they do exactly that, and then just incredibly well played by E-Hop to just dive under the tower, get the charm on Guacamole Gary before he can buffer the jump out. And that's all it takes to get them the Baron. So a little bit touch and go in the mid game, but they do manage to find the advantage. And now with this Baron, probably just look to group up and basically just rinse, repeat that play. Yes, you've got a dragon spawning in 2 minutes 30, but that Baron is going to get you a lot of real estate in the meantime. And that mid lane tower is basically right for the picking. So I think you just, as all these ultimates are up and ready to go, and Reela does have his ultimate, you just fight again, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Just on repeat, they're trying to find some angle to come back. As we saw that gold graph, it was basically a roller coaster at this point. I'm excited to see how far they can go with it is the question, because 2 minutes until that soul point spawns, like you mentioned, and we can already see
a damage there, like one.
Yeah. I mean, this is a nearly 3-item Malphite at level 16. I mean, like, even though you scale up armor, has so much magic resistance to work with at this point, because look at this team. Zookeeper going to do a fair amount of magic damage, right? That's two of the carries of this team, and Jin and Riven are not really building too much in the way of armor pen outside of that Cyrilda's. So you're dealing with a majority of that damage just like that.
Yeah, and flat HP is just great against Jin in general. Obviously, the 4th shot does do the max HP damage, execute damage, but if you can just withstand the 3 shots before it, then you're kind of laughing, and that's what he's done, is just built just enough armor, and then from there on it's been health and magic resist, so it works out great. Gaben, he's going to be fine, he hooks away.
He's fine.
But now it's all eyes on the dragon and all eyes on setup. Gaben isn't going to be able to get some vision set up. I don't know if he has anything in the... He actually needs to reset his wards right now, so kind of awkward here for Coached by Woodon. Definitely don't want to give up this dragon. It is going to be that soul. Not the greatest of souls, like you said, but it is going to be a soul. It is definitely going to help the likes of Vladimir and Captain Tofu on this Rek'Sai. So it's going to be inside track afforded to low cortisol. Their tri-tag being COR is really not conducive to me calling them low cortisol.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Should be LCR.
Yeah. Let's see if that cortisol remains low once again as the fight continues. Bad memory in a bit of trouble. They just burst down Pethy. How much further can they go? Ace over the wall. Gonna live for the moment, but the 3-man ult. Maybe Suicune can turn this around. And just like that, it's down to the 2v2. It's up to Woodon. At this moment, Gary jumps over the wall. Barely any mana left standing. It's another jump, but it won't be enough.
Get to anyone.
And this Malphite is a beast.
It's
A
miserable.
mountain blocking them.
Suicune just smurfed that fight. We'll see it again. Really nicely played by Reela to find the targets at the start of the fight, gets Pethy, blows him up. And then I believe he does flash over the wall and Buttercup tries to follow, but gets exploded. But then Suicune finds the 3-man knockup. And at this point, with Reela gone and Woodon just not really able to find the target, Guacamole Gary has the jump, so he's completely fine. What does Woodon do? He gets kited, he dies. E-Hop doesn't have any charges of the ultimate, and this is why these fights can break down so quickly, because you don't have consistent dive. It's not like Zookeeper is playing something like a Vi that can easily zero out a target. Woodon is playing this Riven that, yes, she's got like a trillion dashes, but she doesn't have something like an Ambessa R button to just find that easy backline access. So it's a draft where Coached by Woodon have made this game so difficult for themselves, and they've still got that 2.1k gold lead, but what they do now have to chop through is going to be that Chemtech Drake, and it's just getting harder and harder for them to find that successful fight and chop through this frontline Merc.
Even that empower, like that's a 14 stack near Rab Cap Ari with the true damage pullback. Barely got through the Malphite shield.
Yeah, it's grim.
It's absurd.
The
Gavin
only way
tries
this could be
something
worse is if it's like a Mountain Soul, but it almost couldn't be worse.
And now just going to completely invalidate any part of Woodon or Reela's existence with this Randuin's, right? Because that reduces the damage of the Sundered Sky as well.
Yeah, 100%. And look, Reela just opened up with the ultimate, and I don't think he did any damage. Suicune is just face tanking. There's
lands the ult again. Going to find the first kill. Killing spree now for Gary. They could just look to continue the push down mid. They've got the resources to do it. They can just melt through this tower. Plates be damned, as Gary just continuing. Doesn't even need the E to work with here. Might go for something more. 50 seconds on the Baron. They could just go for the inhib and get out. Look who's behind though. E-Hop has the flash, has the ult to work with. Might be a little bit too late though, as Pethy lands it in time, finds the first onto Woodon. Gary lives to tell the tale. Now Zookeeper in a bit of trouble under his own tower, gonna fall on down regardless. And just like that, the inhibitor is gone, and this game is going out of control. We've got 43 kills in 29 minutes. They could even just look for an end.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the end right here. Gavin going to throw down the ultimate.
Hang on.
Look for the engage.
Gary could be in a bit of trouble. Shutdown going to be secured. That Hubris definitely fighting them in the backside at this point. 2 kills handed over. And now no threat of going towards that Baron. Perhaps in hindsight you should have turned, but yeah, let's see what they go for. Zookeeper's still down for 10, so can't really rush that down anytime soon if you're approached by Woodon.
Yeah, they can at least look to set up some sort of vision control. E-Hop going to ult forward. Does he do anything here?
Maybe can find something with the Malignance. The Ignite as well. The Shutdown going to be secured. And this Ari is the way back into the game for sure. 22 pages in this Soul Stealer. Probably going to have the Rab Cap on back. And actually, scratch that. They're just going to go right for it.
Yeah, they are just going to look for this Baron. Their Baron DPS is incredibly low. E-Hop obviously doesn't have the ultimate either. Coco in the area looking for some sort of angle in, doesn't have the flash, so Might just be discretion being the better part of valor. He has to slink away, and that's going to be Baron picked up. So a lot of this just off the back of that incredible hook by Gavin, just finds the angle through the minions, shuts down what would have been the end of the game. Because if you just stepped back and sort of stood behind the minions, I think there was an angle where Low-Cortitor could have actually looked for the win, but Gavin finds the angle, he sets up the play, and then from there, E-Hop has been just stellar throughout this game. 6-1 and 8. Kind of the unsung hero, I think. We haven't really talked about him a lot outside of landing some really good charms in the mid game, but he has just been so consistent in keeping them in this game. And now, on this Ari, he's poised to try to look to get them the match win.
Oblivion Orb completed as well. Rab Cap, this Ari is unleashed. Does still have the flash as well, so can get onto that backline, bypassing the shields if possible. We'll have to see though. Elder in 2.5. Still got a lot of time left on this Baron to play around though.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to get that set up, to get that push. Yeah. The Baron is definitely going to help with that. They could look to do a bit of a 4-1, but they're just looking for a full group here. Zookeeper just wants to try and find a target, press Q, and lock him down so they can blow up the target, and maybe look to open up with the Jhin ultimate as E-Hop surges forward. They just really want the mid priority. It is just 2 minutes on the Dragon, so they're not really super pressed for time on that one. I'm surprised they are so grouped at this point, as they have sent Wood on down to the bot lane. So there it is. Ankle hit for Buttercup.
Charm's going to go wide, but that could have been disastrous if it was a moment sooner. Continuing this little bit of a skirmish around mid, just saying how do you do to one another, clearing out vision, getting some of their own.
The big thing here is that Reeler finally has 4 items, and one of those items is going to be the rapid fire cannon. So he can do damage so much more with so much more safety. He can be kind of part of the poke as
that's big though.
Q goes wide. That's going to be the ultimate drawn out.
Spirit Rush going to be burned. They are pushing towards mid. That's a Guardian Angel here for this Tristana. Even less chances. I think you just got to send it at this point. Get the setup that you need. Less than 90 seconds to work with. Zookeeper may be able to find something. Gets out in time. Big chunk of damage. Forces the flash.
But that
could be huge.
That's Jhin ultimate and Ari ultimate burn.
Yeah.
1 minute on this Dragon. Yes, the cooldowns are very low, especially with the Malignants, but it's so many tools missing here. And yes, you've got all the summoners, but the way you want to play these fights is around that Jhin ultimate, is around your members just diving forward and having that long-range artillery to back you up.
Oh, Buttercup could be in a bit of trouble though. Face checks and immediately gets charmed and dropped down to 30% health.
That's the flash.
Memory forced to play safe for a moment. E-Hop is legendary. What a sniping shot. Maybe looks for the charm as well. The Spirit Rush going to continue on forward and strikes when they need it most. They're going to dump everything on this Tristana to find the double kill for the coach. And now, just like that, almost the full ace. Once again, it's deja vu. Screw the Elder. They might just look for the end.
Yeah, they can look for the end for sure here. 4 members dead, just Suicune. Yes, he's tanky, but he can't really stop them from hitting towers. E-Hop has been a god this game. I'm just going to say it. He has been the reason they have stayed in this game, the reason why they are now looking to end this game. Suicune goes in.
Tries to find something, but it's not enough. E-Hop with a sledgehammer just knocks out the chances. And coached by Woodon, they make the comeback in this game. 51 kills, and they'll be going to the playoffs with 2 wins.
Buttercup, I don't think he has much to say here. This is definitely going to be the end of the game. Like you said, coached by Woodon, they find the comeback, and it was a comeback that didn't feel really necessary. A lot of this game, I keep going back to it, feel really disrespectful, but shout out to E-Hop for really just being so consistent when Woodon, when the Volibear was just like pushing the envelope, I think way too much. This Jhin pick on the first rotation of the draft felt so greedy. Just so much of this game felt like it was unnecessary. So coached by Woodon, I'm not expecting a game like this from moving forward from them again, but they made it so difficult.
They got all of the hubris out of the way this game.
Yeah.
The rest of the tournament, they're just going to play clean, ethical League of Legends. That's all
Ethical League of Legends. I love it.
Yeah. We'll have to see at the very least, though. I mean, what a comeback across the board. That early game looked disastrous for Reeler and Gavin. And then, I mean, even in the jungle, they were sort of losing everywhere across the map. They find these picks. Shout out once again to eHop in that mid lane.
Player of
We
the
were
game.
saying Liari has to be something, definitely player of the game in my mind. And that is going to be the catalyst. That's going to secure them a berth into playoffs.
Yeah, and well deserved. This was one of the teams that we looked at going into the tournament where this is 100% going to be a team that makes it to that playoffs. And as much as, I want to call them out for having a little hubris, a little bit of happy gaming in this one, definitely is a team to look out for when they're locked in. I don't think we're going to see a draft like that again. I know that Zookeeper is a big fan of the Volibear, so potentially could be something we see, but we need to see more structure from them going into playoffs against better teams. But on the other side, I mean, shout out to Low Cortisol. I believe that does lock them out of the playoffs. We'll get confirmation on that one. There might be some 1-2 scenarios where we can still see them get through, and I kind of hope they do with what they showed us in this game, because after that effort, and after having the game snatched from them in the late game, I want to see more of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they showed so many moments where they could make it to that 1-1, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough for them. I mean, yeah, I hope going into the rest of the day that we maintain this level of hype and the craziness. I hope we get perhaps some more tame drafts over the board.
I want some hype drafts, but I would like some drafts
Jin
that make
first
a
pick
little
was
bit
interesting.
sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Jin first pick was it's something, but they made it work. So look, results-based analysis says that they are the best team in the Oceanic Resurrection right now. They are undefeated. They're undisputed. This is the best way to draft. In fact, if you are
checking
out there,
that, and that's actually true, is what you're saying.
If you are planning your drafts right now, if you've got the little draft notebook open in front of you, Jin first pick, write it down. That's the way to play.
Jin number 1,
first pick.
Ignore everything that Ben says is the quote. I guess we'll have to see as we head into the remainder of the day. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because Game 2 is right around the corner.
And we're back. I mean, what a first game. Honestly, I've got to say, while the predicted outcome did occur, it was still such an upset, wasn't it just? Low Cortisol performing so well in that early game. I loved those dives from Tofu. What did you think, fellas? What did you think?
Just a really easy to execute comp. I think really well executed draft from them. They just kind of built around, like, they had a front line, they had a Tristana, they got massively fed. Really unfortunate dragon fight, but they had a chance. So, you know, like I was saying before we threw the break, really want to see more of this team.
It would be very nice to see. I mean, that was chaos. This is March Madness. I know that's a basketball thing. No, this is League now. This entire event so far has been madness. This day so far has been madness. I hope we see more of it, because next match as well is going to be incredibly hype. But shout out, before we get to that, E-Hop. What a legendary pick on this Amari. So many incredible charms that game. I mean, it was practically flawless.
Yeah, that E-Hop, I mean, honestly, some of those charms, those little, he'd weave in on these angles that I didn't even know existed to hit these charms. I've got to give a shout out as well. Once you mentioned that dragon fight, the flash forward from Woodon catching out the stun, Gabin instantly following up, landing that hook and just turning the whole game around. And then Gabin as well. They're at the Nexus. They can end. Gabin catches out Petty there. The Vampire is dead. Vladimir's gone. Yeah. We turned the game around. I mean, really good performance from the whole team. And that's only the first game of the day because we got the second game coming up. And fellas, this is high stakes. This is very high stakes as we take a look at the lineup here. La Passion, Melbourne University Esports. We got the likes of Brattles, Hajimo, we got Light, we got Arya. But then look on the other side. Ayamaru, Minji, Summoner 7. I mean, what are we thinking here?
Dude, these are some so greats of TOR history right here.
Yes, yep. These are big names, very, very big names.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've been looking forward for a chance to cast Melbourne University Esports again. Of course, they were victorious in the last League of Legends InterVarsity competition over at QUT. So a really, really good squad. I was talking about before we went live. Voyus is such a rock for this team, and then they just have Summoner 7 and Mingji be their core. They just play around so well. I think they're going to be a threat to look out for the rest of the tournament. But then on the other side, you've got Brattles, you've got Kajimo, you've got Complex. These are players who, like you said, they've been putting in the work. And Brattles has been a guy who I think I have seen multiple tournaments where this guy's had some incredible games and taken over games. Kajamo as well. Back in the old Weekend Warriors days, just being an absolute force of nature. So they're definitely punching up in this tournament, but I want to see them land that uppercut. I want to see them be a team that can actually get it done because I think they have what it takes to at least hang with the big boys and let's see them prove it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to be. I do want to talk about Brattles for a little bit. Brattles, he's such this sort of giant in the mid lane with really interesting picks. He always cops that Swain ban. He always cops those in particular mid lane bans. But he's got such a deep champion pool that he can sort of survive that. And I think if he can play around his other members of the team, he's such a good solo queue player. He's so good at just at sort of finding a win con with 4 other randoms. And now that he's got actual communication with these players, I really do think La Passione can bring, back after that first game, that first, and that was against Rich Dynasty. So the first game they lost in was against Rich Dynasty, but Rich Dynasty's team is so insane. And I really do think that, a couple unfortunate circumstances led to that downfall. And I think they're ready to prove themselves in this game because if they lose, they're fully out.
Groups,
and I don't think they want
that.
Groups
could be decided. This group could be decided right here, right now. If Melbourne win, then they and Rich Dynasty compete for first, second in the group. But that's done. They're both going to playoffs.
Yeah,
absolutely. This is the big one for both teams. So really keen to see if Melbourne University can keep up their consistency. It's going to be a tough task for really anyone who plays against them. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we will get into that game as quickly as we can. But we're going to take a short 5-minute break. Stick around and we'll be back for the game of the night. Stay tuned. And we are back. So sorry about that small break. We're just getting a little bit of a confirmation on player timings. As always, TOR has a very strict rules schedule and kept to it. You know, everything has to be in order. Everything is at the highest level as we can. And we've just received confirmation right now that the entire team of Melbourne University Esports, MUE, is here and online, ready to play. It's going to be a good game. What are we expecting out of this game? Actually, you know what? I'm out of here.
Let's find out.
Leave it to you two because we're going straight to draft. Good luck. I'm here to watch
right
this
into
one.
it. We're right into the deep end here for probably the match of the night.
Let's
go.
So
excited to get into this. Lapascione versus MUE. This is what we've all been waiting for. If MUE wins, the group is decided. They are out and off to playoffs to compete with the likes of Rich Dynasty, who they'll see next weekend, with the likes of probably coached by Woodon as well. If they can get to it, we'll have to see, because Champ Select is here and underway. Lapascione on that blue side. They'll get the first ban. What are we thinking?
All right, so we're definitely going to see a Swain ban from Melbourne University Esports. We can write that one off, but there's a lot to talk about with this Melbourne University squad. So Voyas is happy to eat bans. He will just go down to something like the Ornn, something like the Scion. Very rarely do we see this guy on a carry, but as I set up when we're going into the game, I am looking at that mid-jungle core of Melbourne University Esports and how they work against Aria and Brattles, because Brattles is someone who can take over those games. On picks like the Swain, he has a very good champion pool of these control mages, so I'm very much expecting something aggressive out of the mid-jungle, something like a Xin Zhao, Vi, and then Mingji on something like the Aria. And we'll see if that is what comes through and how that gets protected against. As there's the Xin ban from Lapascione, so really well scouted. The other one that does pop up a lot is going to be that Lee Sin. Summon 7 at the OLI. I think he played like 3 or 4 straight Lee Sin games before they got into the playoffs. So very, very proficient on that champion. Very similar to actually to Evelyn during his run through the OLI as ODT actually. So yeah, much to be feared on that side. So we'll see if that does hit the table. There's the Talon. That's a weird one. Yeah,
that's interesting. Maybe they have some inside knowledge that we don't have. The Xin Zhao, like you said, you're a bit of a prophet. We'll have to see what their last ban is. It will be the Affilios. So Lee Sin open, that Vi open, like you mentioned, they are R1, R2 as well. So they will have that option to lock the Ari and the Vi as that mid-jungle duo if they wish. Graves as well. We're seeing some very interesting bans come out here.
I think Rumble priority actually goes up here. I think if Light can lock away Rumble, that really nullifies any of those potential tank matchups. The other one would be potentially, like Ambess is not bad either as a flex. It works really well into those tanks once the armor pen comes through. The Eclipse also really helping out in that regard. We'll see what the response is, because like we can look at, there's a Yunara Lulu available here for Ayamaru and Depache, so if they want to go that direction, then that just gives us so much agency in team fights, and they're just going to go for Mingji's Syndra.
Ooh, locking the Syndra is a bit of an interesting choice,
there
especially with a lot left open. There's the Ornn for Voyas in the top lane. Pretty solid pick. I mean, into the Embessa, it might be the Embessa jungle, but even still in the top lane, that's a pretty nice, stable lane.
Oh, Ziggs locked in. This is something we saw yesterday from, I can't recall which team it was, but they had the Ziggs Vi combo to just completely blow up the immobile mid laner. I think it was a Rise on the other side, securing a pushing mid lane, so as pushing bot lane with the Karma, regardless of what they pair it with. I think there's a chance that this is the Ziggs mid into the Syndra.
Especially with the Karma lock-in.
A bit. Yeah, the Karma lock-in, of course, means that you get double AP down there. You're going to take away the Ezreal. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, the Ziggs with the Vi combination. So Melbourne University, I think, are pressed to either ban or take away that Vi on R4. And I think you just take it. I think what you're showing here, Vi Syndra with the Ezreal follow-up, with the Ornn engage, that just feels fine. So a bit face up from Lapascione.
Yeah, and still a lot of flexibility in the draft, right? Could be the Ambessa jungle. It could be Ziggs in the bot lane. It could be something crazy like Karma top. I mean, we've seen it before, especially with the tank build.
Could be.
But we'll have to see. There's the Aurora ban coming through. Probably expecting that to be a Ziggs in the bot lane then at that point. Lee Sin ban, like you mentioned, the Vi is still up. We'll have to see if that will be that final ban here. As Kajamo on that Ziggs, I've heard about it. in the past. So we'll have to see if that is the choice to go with in Galio. So they are seemingly MUE expecting this to be Zig's bot lane.
Yeah, I think the Aurora ban just makes a lot of sense because you do have the potentially it's going to be the top lane Ornn, so you don't want the Aurora to go top, have the Ambessa flex in the jungle, and just have a lane bully matchup up there, which is just... Voyus is very, very good in weak side matchups. I was talking before we went live that this guy, back in the OLI, had a 5.55 KDA game time overall in weak side matchups, but then it was like a 7.1 if you just look at the first 10-15 minutes. So incredible effort by him. The J4 is a bit early, but... Yeah, what are we thinking here? Are we thinking we're going to isolate out a Sivir or a Jinx? Because that's probably the only thing that makes sense if you're looking for a bot laner to go alongside the Karma at this point, and it's probably going to be that Sivir, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're expecting it to be... I mean, Mundo's there, so we'll lock in that it will be Ambessa top. And that just leaves... There's very few ways here for MUE to actually deal with this Mundo.
Yeah, it is a low damage composition. Okay, so it is going to be the Orianna and the Ziggs going into the bot lane. So we've kind of just ended up in a situation where neither side really has a lot of consistent DPS. It's going to be one shots or nothing. And really just a Syndra that's put on notice. So I love that. That's so good. Double poke in the bot lane gives you more sustain, gives you more survivability through that upfront burst. That is such a heads-up pick by Melbourne University, and that makes this draft so difficult, this game so difficult to navigate for La Passione, because they just don't have DPS. They have an Ambessa. That's it.
Yeah. All of their damage is going to come from landing one of those amazing bouncing bombs or that QW combo from Braddles. But if you're out of position for that, especially with the space that can be provided with the Cataclysm, with the Scatter of the Weak, even with that Ambessa ult, also the Seraphine ult as well, there's so much space that MUE can actually use to their advantage and just take away mobility from the side of La Passione. Everything on the line here for both of these teams. If MUE win, this group is decided, or at the very least the teams going through will be decided.
Yeah, 100%. Everything to gain here for La Passione if they can find the win in this game. And I think a lot of it is going to come around through that combination we saw yesterday. It's a modified version with the Ambessa once she hits level 6, so going to need to power farm to that mark so she can hit that ultimate on something like a Syndra, on potentially an Ezreal, but that's a much harder ask. And just be ready to have the Ziggs bomb come down. Looking for an invade here by Arya. This is bold. I mean, he could look for the snipe, the smite snipe. That's difficult to say.
As he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Oh my god, he got it. And now, with the extra ability, forces the flash early. A disastrous start here for Summoner 7. And immediately Arya gets full control of this jungle.
Yeah, he's going to get everything. He's going to get that red buff and the Raptors. Summoner 7 going to have to bomb it down to his bot side. We'll see if he looks for a counter invade here, as he does have the push in bot side from Ayamaru and Depache, because expected with the Ezreal and the Seraphine in the bot lane, even with the Karma trying to push back, even with the Ziggs. Just so much easier to get the stacked up passive from Ezreal, extra attack speed. So much more poke from the Seraphine, so definitely helps out. Summoner 7 really trying to get some levels up. He could be looking for maybe a bot side clear into a bounce, into a gank on the bouncing wave, as this wave is going to crash very shortly. And that timer could sync up.
Yeah,
but he's very much in recovery mode.
I guess the silver lining of this is that Jarvan is one of those champions where you can just play to be that EQ bot. If worst case scenario happens and you are this far behind, going to invade on his own though and secure at least a red buff. He ignored the blue buff for now. And, yeah, gives him a little bit of room to work with. Minji could be getting this solo kill. Oh my god, immediately in the solo kill in top lane as well. Kills. What just happened across the board here? He wasn't even on the tower, he was nowhere near.
Didn't even see it, but I can't blame the Observer for missing that one. No one expects the top lane kill. Some of the 7 might just have to EQ out here. It's got
for the moment, he's level 3. Now Complex could be in a bit of trouble of his own. Arya, this is going like they're just falling like flies here. If they can land one more Q onto this Mbessa, that would be disastrous even more. I mean, Brattle's just completely disrespecting Minji's damage here. Oh, look at that. The flag not quite securing
Fish in
it.
a barrel.
Ayamaru probably going to find it. Oh,
Wait.
dives on in.
He gets it.
I guess he was hoping to try and get the execute and the kill at the same time, but just
had to be the thought. Like the minion wave had arrived, so he really had to just walk up much earlier, but he was kind of in a really awkward spot with the minion wave on top of him. But a couple of really nice kills. Let's see it here. Brattles just gets
so disrespectful
gets
of
scattered.
the damage.
Bing G has a lot of damage, has the ignite. Not
Even
sure, did that ignite? It would have procced the arrow, so extra damage coming through. Then Ayamaru just goes completely ballistic here, shifts forward. Aria on a tick of health, just that one auto attack away. If anyone had walked under the tower and hit him, he would have been dead to rights.
Oh
but
no.
It's really awkward. It's so tough.
So he
look away, children.
He tried to get the Essence Flux damage.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh,
There might be another solo kill mid. In the moment, the Aerie finishes it off. Nice flash as well. Will get him out of trouble. First strike plus the damage might be a little bit to turn it, but it won't be enough. And Minji is just dog walking this mid lane.
Yeah, really, really nice. Brattle's unfortunately just getting taken to task by Ming Ji, who was just so impressive throughout the entire OLI season. And continues to show dominance, even in that previous game as well. I believe it was on the Ari. Just looks so impressive. So Ayamaru and Dupache also just stepping up big, even with that one death. Every time we pan down here, that wave has been under tower in their favor. They've got the mobility, they've got the heals, they've got the poke, everything to just navigate any ganks that come their way. And they know at this point that Aria is likely topside, so they can just continue to keep this pressure on and keep Kajamo honest, who is completely out of mana, by the way. So he just doesn't really get to play the game as a Ziggs. Whereas Ayamaru
what?
here stacking up.
What?
Oh, Voyus is the weak side king.
Again?
Again,
This is an Ornn and a Mundo, by the way. This is not like some, kill heavy, like, carries or anything like that. No, this is an Ornn.
Yeah, so the first time this happened, I will say it again, I don't blame the Observer for not looking top, because Brattles might just be dead. Nah, he's fine. But yeah, I don't blame the Observer for not looking top. I don't get to talk about that, do I?
Oh, good flash from Summon the 7. We'll save your conversation and allow you something.
It's okay. Yeah, we're just going to burn the flash on some of the 7, so one of those offensive tools.
They really don't want you speaking about this, do they?
No, they don't. They don't want us to speak about top laners. That's the conspiracy in LoL esports, is we don't get to talk about top laners. The moment we do, we say it's a wet noodle fight. Suddenly they start killing each other. If we say it's going to be a fun matchup, then both of the superstar top laners will pick tanks, and then they will have that wet noodle fight. But the point I wanted to make is that Voyus, just once again, some weak side king, on these champions, to be feared, now has a massive lead, and that is going to be, it's going to accelerate to getting those ornaments online, and getting the card Drake means that there's a lot of pressure. So Melbourne University Esports, just off of, I think, a really well-played draft, getting exactly what they want, just using their priority, have set themselves up really nicely for this mid-game.
And it's only a 4-camp lead for Aria. Like, sure, he's a little bit over a level ahead now, right? Like, obviously, Jarvan's probably hits 5 now, so not a terrible position to be in, but even still, this is not the pace I thought we were going to see as public execution going to be used. The chain CC is there, and the shutdown.
That champion was released in 2025.
Yep.
Yeah, you can tell.
Incredible gank potential with an unstoppable knock-up suppression from a screen away. You love to see it. And this immobile carry just falls immediately as now Aria smites away again. This is a rough situation to be in. It's completely accelerating ahead. Even like the gold would be in their favor if it wasn't for the Ornn. I want to make that 100%. Clear.
Yeah, the Voyus has definitely bailed them out of this game as well. The bot lane, yes, they've had push. You can see that 300 gold lead, but Aria has been so successful in finding impact across the map, building up towards a very aggressive damage-focused build as well. So they will be one-shotting anyone they find. And while it does leave you a little bit squishy, it does let them do the one job, which I think that they're trying to build up for, which is just kill one target and then hope that they don't have enough damage left in the tank for whoever's left. So an Ezreal, a Syndra, you're probably going for that Syndra every single time because she's going to be bringing the most of the damage, and then Ezreal, obviously a little bit of a low damage carry, can potentially just be chopped down for the rest of the fight. And
no, not again.
Not again.
Oh, Voyus might not
He
live
is
to tell
dead.
tale this time around. The root's going to come through, and there's 3 people up here. They're just sending the Avengers to deal with this God of the Forge here, and Light barely lives to tell the tale, but a huge shutdown in the hands of Arya. Good jump away with the blast pack there. Might find it, almost tries to get the extension on the charm, but it won't be enough at the end of the day. But they're going to push in a lot towards this bot lane and continue to extend Ayamaru's lead. That tier is stacking up, the colors stacking down. This Ezreal is going to be a threat in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. He is going to be another one of those points of strength. But what I was going to say is that it feels like Arya and the rest of the team have done a really good job of attacking what is often Melbourne University Esports win condition. They've kept Mingji relatively honest. He is 2-1. But they've also attacked Summoner 7 and really stifled his impact on the map.
You say that now, though.
Electro dive.
Scatter the Weak is going to miss. TP is going to come down from Brattles.
Mission
Force
accomplished.
him to retreat. Yeah, mission accomplished. You take him away from the lane. They're going to push in regardless, and Arya is going to get a nice injection of experience and gold from that. But even still, just keeping them on their toes.
Yeah, definitely. Does get the teleport outs, which I think is going to be really nice for the side of Melbourne University Esports.
Especially
looking
heading
to
into
threaten that
Dragon.
dive. Yeah, especially with the Dragon coming up in 1 minute 30. We'll have that Summoner spell on cooldown. Whereas they have basically everything up except for the Ornn Flash. And Ornn Flash, he doesn't need it. He's got a big chunky health bar and a Holy Radiance to his name. So he is completely fine as Voyus.
Starting to see how this damage comes about, especially with the Brittle. Through the ult, still chunking him low. Arya's trying desperately to staunch the bleeding up here, but it's giving Summoner 7 a lot of space to come back into this lane. Sure, there is still that 1.6k gold lead, but the jungle quest progression is dead even between them.
Yeah, definitely. And the big thing here, I think, is that Voyus needs to be unlocked. You've got this Dragon spawning 45 seconds. He's pushing the wave. He needs to go back to base right now, and you can see he's doing exactly that. Bot lane is pushing. They're completely fine. Looks like they've taken their reset fairly recently. Jungler gets theirs in now. So this is now where you need to prepare for this Dragon fight. This is going to be very important for the rest of the game for Melbourne University if they can keep this pressure up in terms of these objectives. Let's see if they can get it done. Because Mingji, he has been found wanting in the past couple of these exchanges in the mid lane where Arya has gotten the better of him. He really needs to be on his toes for the next couple of minutes.
Sparse might be in a bit of trouble. Bursts down, forces the heal out with 5 seconds up on that Dragon. And Voyus is staying in the top lane, no TP available. If they're going to do this, they're going to have to get through a very strong Ambessa. Yeah, they've got the vision. They know Arya is nearby now.
Yeah, they've got pressure in top lane, so I think they're just thinking that the Ornn will have to, the Mundi will have to stay top, but this is bold. With your support this chunked out, this feels like it didn't need to happen.
No, it didn't, and now they give up all that pressure on the Dragon itself. Mingji has Ignite, has QE, has a Flash as well.
She has
land a really nice combo. Oh, the Flash almost lands everything, but barely goes wide on it all. And now this could be disastrous. Looking for more. Summoner 7 goes down. That's 2 kills. Ayamaru might be in trouble. That's a triple kill over to Ambessa. And Arya is running away with this game.
Arya is just taking this game by the horns, biting them, whatever you want. Arya is going crazy. Hubris in the inventory means that he's stacking up so much AD, so much lethality, and as soon as he finds the target into the fight, we will see it here. He gets the ultimate. So unfortunately, this ultimate from Dapashi, Flash ultimate, draws out 2 flashes, but he's so low that Arya just goes in, just gets the kill. Mingji doesn't have enough damage, and then Ayamaru is kind of sectioned off from the fight and tries to deliver as much damage, but he's just an Ezreal without the backup of his team, so he just doesn't have enough, and it's just such a mistake, I think, by Melbourne University to not deploy Voyus into the fight. at this point, like, what does denying the window
should've
just
just
doesn't really get you a lot. So
Yeah.
should have just gone for the rotation. Really unfortunate stuff. You can understand the logic, of course. Like at this, you think that the rest of them have got it, and maybe they were thinking there wasn't going to be a contest because of the push in bot lane, because of the mid lane condition. But unfortunately, that is not the case. And Voice is very, very low
as
here.
well. I don't know. Public execution not up for another 20 seconds. So probably just going to stick with invading, getting that jungle quest completed. Summoner 7 is here now, but immediately he doesn't want any part of that situation.
This
yes.
this Ambessa is
they're going to dive. They're going to look to dive here, but it could be a little bit of an odd situation. Public execution gets him out, almost lands it instead. It will be the 1-for-1 trade for now. The Void Grub buys a bit of time to work with. Arya, this is not the situation you want to do that. And a double kill over to Summoner 7, who gets a massive injection of gold and can continue to push out this top lane. I feel like the chaos from last game is just continuing to permeate on the Rift.
It's not going to equalize any of that gold lead for Arya, but it is definitely going to help. Summoner 7 played that so well, killing the Grub to try and get the tower aggro back. Voyous, really nice try with the charge into the wall to try and get the knockup, but drew the flash out of Arya at the last possible second. Ayamaru is
charm.
He's
Goes wide, but he doesn't even need it. The lethal tempo, the auto attacks are there. Looking like Doggo on the Rift as Ayamaru continuing to push this plate and potentially looking for a tower in mid on his own.
Looks like he is going to get that. There is a support next to him. Let's give the supports their due.
True. Shout out to Despass for that.
I've been going with Depashi, but maybe that's because I cast him with Formal a lot. I think that's a very American way to say it. Like, hey, Depashi.
Oh, the heal.
Kajamo.
Won't be enough this time around, though. Pash, is going to fall on down as well. They have overstayed their welcome there. The double kill goes over to Kajamo. Look at that damage from a single cleaver. These tanks are just running the Rift right now. Summoner 7 might be able to do something, but the ult is popped and it's going to force them off. They don't want any part of that smoke. Gold lead still maintained, but it's only down to the 1k. So despite the lead from Arya, things are slowly shifting as Kajamo continues to push towards potentially another tower. Hang on. They're going to continue.
Arya.
Public execution. It's clean. And they find
Magic
another.
Trick. Just makes Ming-Ji disappear under his tower. Ayamaru and Depashi, they're trying to equalize this push in the mid lane. It really feels like Melbourne University esports are being pulled around the map. They're not being allowed to have the honest 5v5 that their composition wants. There's the Ornhorn. It's probably not going to result in a lot. Voice really wants it to.
Yeah, but I was going to say... Oh, you go.
Yeah, their comp really wants to teamfight, right? Like, they've got this Syndra to set up the scatters. You've got an Ornn, which automatically says teamfight. Ezreal wants to DPS behind his front line. But they're just not being given the chance because La Passione around this incredibly active Ambessa on Arya just haven't been given the chance to... they're just being... They're being man-fought at every opportunity. And now this is a situation where Arya has 25 stacks on Hubris and an Axiom Arc. So anyone who looks at dies. And we're probably about to see it again, even though that's an Ornn.
Voice in a little bit of trouble once more. Gonna land Shockwave in the moment. They might even need it. Mike gets dangerously close to falling on down, but that's an 8th kill for the Matriarch of Noxus. And I was gonna say something about 3 odd minutes ago, a little bit after, about that fight around the dragon, but we just had non-stop chaos ever since. They've been trying to their team comp really needs these front-to-back fights.
Trap. Oh no!
Public execution goes over. The scatter of the week barely going to miss. The bomber finds it, and it's disastrous. And La Passione wants out of this group bad.
How that the scatter missed? I think, did Arya start using a skill? No, they just whiffed it. Just Arya's movement towards the camp. I mean, you can see the vision, right? He thought that they were just going to start hitting the camp, but unfortunately the scatter goes wide, and then Arya just says, "Oh, hi," and kills you where you stand. Ooh woo. And now he's going to get the Hextech Drake to find out what soul we're in for. As Melbourne University, they're just in a world of pain.
It's Hextech Soul.
It's Hextech Soul? Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, we're up to the 3rd Drake. New interface, getting used to it. There's Yeah, this is not how I expected this game to go, and it just feels like Melbourne University are just they're not being given enough macro room to kind of set up for their fights, get the push, set up vision, be at the objectives. It's just been these piecemeal skirmishes around the map where they are able to use this Ambessa to full effect, and now losing even more.
Going for the full Tokyo drift towards top lane here. Will it land in time? It will. They'll get that, but there's not a lot of backup to get that tower and get another push going as Voyas looking for something. Lands the knock up onto one. Maybe it finds something here, but look how far away Ayamaru is, because this is a Mundo just walking right to your face as a bomb comes in from half the map away. They'll take the tower in top as well. And suddenly, that 1k gold lead less than 3 minutes ago has 6 times itself, and they're now looking to push towards the inhibitor here, and they are... I have no words for this domination that we are seeing from the side of Lapascione.
Yeah, you just don't have a map, and this is where we're starting to kind of see the cracks in Melbourne University Esports composition as... Migji is totally fine.
Look at that gold lead.
Yeah, gold lead is kind of grim. But what we're seeing here is that, yes, they have such a good teamfight setup for Melbourne University Esports, but that's exactly what it is. They can't use... It's not exactly pick CC, it's not point and click, it's something like a Maokai. If they see someone in isolation, they don't have any way outside of maybe scatter to catch them and blow them up. And even then, the burst is kind of isolated entirely to Syndra. So in these scattered skirmishes that we're getting across the map, they don't really have anything to bring to bear. They really want this concerted, everyone on the same screen, everyone layers their crowd control, everyone layers their damage setup, and they're not being given it. And Ziggs is so good in these situations. Growl's going to flash.
And they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink towards it, but there's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of it all because Aria flashes for it, looking for more. The bomb over the wall. Ayamaru falls on down, and Kijamo's unstoppable. That's a double kill. The Ambessa, and what looked like potentially a pick, like you mentioned with the Scat of the Week, falls completely flat. And now Voyas needs to try and find something, pushes him out of the ult recall. And now what can you do in this situation? They've got so much set up for this Baron if they so choose, or at least around it, and they are going to run away with control of this map.
The window has just been slammed shut. Any attempt you might have had to set up those team fights is just not going to be there. Light just gets to live in the enemy base.
Oh my, look at that damage. Going to run away as well. Tries to get out, but won't. Has the ghost though. They're trying desperately to take him down. He's just stacking heart stealers. He's merry at this point. Even if he dies, might just find some more. The shutdown's nice. But it's on to Summon the 7. You prefer on someone else? Hang on! The Scorch! The Blackfire Torch is enough.
Oh,
and Kijamo from across the map drops a sledgehammer on them.
It's just a heartbreaker for Ayamaru. I don't know if he had the shop open. Complex going to flash here, but feels like a bit of a consolation prize here for Summoner 7 and co. So it is going to be dragging 1 minute. They're trying to get anything they can off the map. They just can't do it. Wait.
Jamo's in a bit of trouble. Public execution onto the backline. Dispast. Oh my, look at that damage. And that's a double kill. They've wiped them off the map.
Oh no.
Aria is a flamethrower this game.
He is a nuclear bomb. He is a flamethrower. He is every weapon you could think of. Except for me. I'm a different type of weapon. Aria is carrying this entire game by himself, basically. And Kijamo, they try to find the engage, but he has the Arm Guardian inventory. So it just falls flat. Ult through into the backline. And Bessa doing exactly what she's designed to do. Just eliminates the backline. Summoner 7, it's desperate stuff. It just feels like they know that they need to try and find something, but they're going for an opportunity that looks like one, and it just is not. And they're being drawn into these scrappy fights that they don't need to be a part of. But because you're so far behind with this teamfighting composition, you can't really even teamfight in earnest against what's been set up. I mean, we haven't even seen Brattles even have to use the shockwave because the opportunity hasn't presented itself. It's just been Aria just killing people before they even get a chance to even blink.
This is a 4-item Ambessa. This is Death Dance, more of Malmortius. I am not dying if you throw the entire team at me. As Brattles might have been caught. Won't be able to use that shockwave this time around, but still chunked Minji low. So will mean another Hextech going on over to the side of Lapascione. Aria, the boss of this team, the Don.
7.1k. That's bonkers.
That's
at this point,
Ignite, this healing, by the way. And the bomb, hang on. Ayamaru could be in a bit of trouble. Blackfire Torch.
He's burning, he's burning.
Might secure it. Won't be able to just yet. Light finally falls on down, but they commit all 5 to dealing with this Mundo. The tower drops in mid. The inhib will be sure to follow. Maybe they're going to find something with the Cataclysm here, but they just don't have the damage. They don't have the setup to work with. Aria CC'd up. Public execution melts them. Looking for Voyus now, making this tank look like a carry. Minji not long for the world. Ayamaru running for the hills. And Lapascione are probably going to walk away with this game. A dominating performance, a triple kill to cap it all off from Battles. And they will move up to 1-1. They will keep their hopes of playoffs alive.
They will keep this group alive. They will try and push further into the Oceanic Resurrection tournament. And there's nothing else to say other than this was just an absolute drubbing, a hyper carry out of the jungle role for Aria, who just put on a clinic. They put so much pressure on Summoner 7 early in the game, and he just wasn't able to play the game. The invade worked out great. It was all started at that red buff, and then it was just domination from there.
What a performance, literally from minute 1 for this Ambassador for Aria. The entire team, it was chaotic, as we expect for this day. We had tank solo killing in the top lane, but at the end of it all, Aria definitely runs away with my MVP for this match. Like I mentioned, they keep their hopes alive. They've got a pretty, I don't want to say easy matchup, but they've got Chudlings next in this group. Maybe they can move to 2-1. Meanwhile, MUE, they have to go through Rich Dynasty as their last game in this group. There is a very real chance, we said coming into this day, MUE might just lock it. There's a very real chance they could get eliminated next weekend.
Yeah, and this is a team that I had massive hopes for, but they got absolutely blasted, and it was, I can't say anything against it. They just played incredibly well, and I had concerns about the draft going in. I was like, okay, how do you navigate team fights? And the answer is you absolutely do not need to. They were playing effectively the isolate and blow up combination we saw from yesterday. So they didn't need to worry about teamfight DPS because they always had enough damage to explode someone from half a map away with the Ziggs. And it's just beautifully well played. And a lot of it came through from just Aria, constant pressure in the jungle, constant sealing away the camps, constant denial of resources away from the Jarvan. So they just didn't have a front line to set up team fights, never had priority, never had anything to play through. So just really well navigated by Lapascione, and love to see them bounce back after after week 1 and really make this group super interesting. I mean, if we have a tiebreaker, this is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, just completely invalidating anything that they tried to do with the front to back. Obviously, the public execution worked for that very well. But at the end of the day, Lapascione, they move up to 1-1 in the standings. We're only halfway through the game, through the day. We've still got 2 more games ahead of us. It's craziness over here in the Oceanic Resurrection. But we'll be right back after a quick break for the remainder of the games tonight. So don't go anywhere.
And we are back. I mean, what a game. I have to just mention off the bat. Weapon, can you, for even a brief moment, explain to me Ambessa Champion? Aria on that Ambessa Champion?
Okay, so League of Legends was released in what, 2009? Yeah, 2009, thank you. It is now 2025. Champion design has progressed. No, she's really strong. Yeah, we were talking about this in the virtual green room that we have here, and my opinion is actually, I don't think this champion should be allowed to jungle. She gets to skip the only weak point in her entire trajectory as a champion, which is that early lane phase, and then she just gets to appear on top of your mid laner, Goomba stomp them, and then become absolutely massive. So something we're gonna have to watch out for the rest of the tournament, unless it gets nerfed. But speaking of junglers, we got some fun coming in.
Yes, yes. Let's take a look at the lineup for this next game. I mean, let's just have a moment and respect some of these names. There have been some sub-ins. Take a look at the jungle right now. Mercury, a name you might know, Nine God. What are we thinking here? They've brought in the beast.
I am so excited to see Nine God play. I mean, on the other side as well, we got Voice, right? And AMP, we didn't get to see them last time around because they did FF that first game. This is going to be the first time that we see them going up against this team. And Forever Blessed, 1-0 in the group. If they lock this in, if they can take down AMP Enjoyers with Nine God, the substitution coming in, they can secure themselves a spot in the playoffs as well. I cannot begin to think about how amazing this game is going to be and how chaotic, because that seems to be the trend of this day, and I, for one, welcome it.
Yeah, I really do think that. What are we talking in terms of... I want to ask you, Weapon, what lane are we looking for in particular here? What lane are we keeping our eyes on? Obviously that jungle, but anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me will be how these mid laners perform, because Lacera and Cadence, I think, I put them in the same category. Obviously, there's a lot of experience over on AMP Enjoyers in general, where they might just edge it out just through competitive experience. Obviously, Cadence, he's been around for a long time as well. But Lacera and Cadence, I feel like they're both kind of I always describe them as pressure valve players. I think they are players who they won't do anything massively spectacular in the early game. But they will show up in late game team fights. So whoever gets to enable their respective, and it's probably going to be control mages on both sides, will probably be the one that comes away with the win, because Voice and Dio, they're just there to farm. Paddy will probably play something weak side up in the top lane. That's Isle of Man for those of you playing at home. So I'm really expecting a lot of focus around that mid lane, especially with Nine God coming in.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real threat. I should also really quickly mention that we, with that last game, I still can't get that last game out of my mind, honestly. Just that Ambassador, it's such a crazy pick, man. But with that last game, with La Passione bringing the passion, it should be understood that they are not out of this tournament. That was their sort of, their holding point of sticking on. And they've stuck on, they've gripped on, and they're not just, they've pushed themselves up. They're ready to stay in this fight. And I think maybe that might provide a little bit of confidence to these other teams that, when faced with a daunting lineup, they're going to hold their own as well. In terms of what you predict out of this game, is this we talked about chaos. You mentioned, how there's been a lot of chaos today. Question to either one of you, is this going to be another chaotic game, do you think?
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? We haven't seen AMP play so far. So it could go either way. Either this could be the start of their comeback towards a playoffs berth, or this could be potentially their elimination.
You do have to remember that this is going to be Voice and Darkness in the bot lane, so it's probably going to be Rakan and something, if it's not just straight up as a... Voice loves the Rengar Senna bot lane combination, so I mean, that could be potentially what we see as well. I think they literally ran that back in Ground Zero Academy, I want to say, if it was that combination. Yeah. But yeah, they love to bust out some weirdness, and they will do it in a competitive game. So it potentially could be what we say. I'm looking at Amp Enjoyers to actually be sort of slightly advantaged in this, just because I look down the line, and while they're not like the biggest names we have coming in, there is a lot of experience compared to just sort of Cadence, who I imagine with being the fact that he is a coach and he's had a lot of experience, will be kind of the guy commanding that team, whereas Amp Enjoyer will probably have a lot more voices in the comms.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think we didn't get to see Amp Enjoyers. Like I was very sore over the fact of, any of these games becoming forfeits. I get so upset over, because I just love watching each one play out. And so this is sort of a bit of a new gen of them coming into the stage. And I think it's going to be a good game to see, but I'm going to leave you two fellas to discuss and take a look at the draft. I'm out of here. Popcorn ready.
Here we go, in towards game number 3 of the night. We got the new Forever Blessed with Nine God in. The substitution is here. AMP Enjoyers, their first time on this stage this year. I'm so excited to get in towards this Champ Select, to see what they have up their sleeves. I mean, probably something fun in the jungle, I hope.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of the standard sort of control mages to be taken out. Things like the Orianna, the Syndras, even the Victors of the world.
Maybe that Rakan, like you mentioned.
Get tugged away. Yeah, the Rakan, of course, for Darkness. Darkness just generally loves these kind of engaged supports, but I think the Rakan is the one that really does jump out as the one that's really most prevalent for him. And then, of course, Voice is, while he does have these cheesy picks, then he can just generally play every sort of AD carry. Back in the day, even back in like the Sumsog days, we used to see this guy pop off. So he was definitely one of the guys we talked about a lot. Of course, Dio as well. I think nominally a mid laner. So potentially could see something a little bit kooky out of him in terms of those mage bot laners or something like that. But I expect, given that the team is built around Cadence, they will keep it standard. And there is going to be some of that target away of the kind of more aggressive supports, which probably indicates that we might be looking for a little bit of an Ashe Seraphine type angle for Forever Blessed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they do end up going for that Rakan, you have that one less counter down. So it is a little bit of a double-edged sword in that way. We've got Mordekaiser, we've got Viego, going to be banned away first. So definitely targeting this top side for Forever Blessed. We got 2 Chronicles across the board. Two Chronicles, I should say.
Chronicle Squared.
So we'll have to see.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, Chronicle Squared. There we go.
It is Paddy.
Actually Isle of Man,
he will call himself Isle of Man in the client, but we're going to call him Paddy forever. Sorry, man. That's just your name now. I mean, we can go with Isle of Man. So the cool thing about this tournament, actually, is we do have the overlay, which means the players can just be called whatever they want to be, regardless of what their name in the client is. So maybe we should just ask Paddy at some point, like, do you want us to call you Isle of Man? He's the guy, I think, he's kind of guy where I think I've literally asked him this question. He says, just call me whatever. It's fine. A lot of players do this. It's really frustrating. Please tell us what you want to be called.
Yeah, pronunciation, everything I want to know.
Yeah, Dure, that's a new one.
Yeah, we got stuck up on that for a while in the LCP, but now we're finally learning. The Vera span going to be added, that Graves as well. We've seen that a fair amount this day, which is a bit interesting because I don't really see it pop up that much. The Nah ban means potentially some of those top laners like Renekton are online. We'll have to see.
Yep. We'll see what the angle is. Is Yunara Lulu available? Could go something like a Lulu Jinx in response, of course, if you want to deny away that pairing.
Instant.
We'll see if that is the angle. You also now on the Amphageoy side, just you have the ability to go for the Renekton yourself. Certainly works well with the Yunara, building a front line around it. There is that Jinx, and I feel I'm gonna just while we let this draft roll, I'm gonna say I feel really vindicated because I feel like I've been singing the praises of Jinx for years, and we're finally starting to see teams at the professional level over at First Stand find the Jinx button in Game 2. Normally they wait until Game 4 or 5, usually the 5, but no, we're actually getting Jinx early in the draft, and alongside the Lulu works really, really well. And we'll see if Dio is going to be the guy to pilot this one to success, as that's a front line, that's a Bard, and when you've got a mobile Jinx, dropping a Bard ult on their head feels pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, especially when you pair it with the Brittle and all that as well. Of that Call of the Forge God can provide a lot to work with. There's the Ambassador once more.
No.
Probably not going to go into the top lane against an Ornns. That means we'll be running it back in the jungle with the Matriarch of War, and it is 9God playing it. Ariban to come on through, but Forever Blessed looking to forever stamp their way into playoffs potentially.
Yeah, and this is where draft priority does kind of become a bit of an issue for you, because you've obviously you want to grab that bot lane pairing early on in your first rotation, but support counterpick can be so big, and I'm looking at that setup from Forever Blessed, namely just the Ambassador, and I think that justifies a Poppy. So now you're in a situation where you've got your top lane locked in, you've got your support locked in, so it can only really go into the jungle if that's something the Two Chronicles wants to play, and I don't necessarily know if that's the case. So now you're going to look at what point and click crowd control can we bring to shut down not just this Ambassador, but also the Jinx? How do we reliably get on top of either of those targets? Heads up, banning of the Vi just makes a whole lot of sense. They've taken away both sides of that combination, so really well navigated draft by Forever Blessed, and just the options for Amphageoy are really not going to be there. I think you have to look at some sort of maybe Orianna combination around Lasser with something that can go in. That's about all you really have.
Yeah, maybe Knockwave could be an option, but that's not great overall. The Wukong here is locked.
Yeah,
which means it will be Ambassador top into Ornn.
Yeah, not the greatest early matchup, but it will eventually get to the point where you've got the Eclipse online, you go Giga Huge, and you just take over team fights. So I don't mind it.
Grasp as well. Start stacking that up.
Yep, yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. You will just get beefy with that Grasp Room. Okay.
Clear Pantheon. Wow. A classic combo.
Really standard stuff, actually, from both sides. I really like the Pantheon in terms of finding the backline, but look what you have to get through. It's a Wukong.
They have a lot of shutdown potential, though, across the board here. And the Orianna.
They get the Orianna.
With the Wukong, that makes a lot of sense. This is what I was expecting coming into the day. Just some stock standard drafting across the board here. Nothing too crazy overall. Let's let the gameplay decide. Let's let these players duke it out on the Rift after the drafting takes place. So we'll have to see how these teams can go as we head into our third and penultimate game of the night. I'm super excited to get into things, and hopefully we can see this Ambassador pop off in the hands of SK Knight. We'll have to see. Maybe run it back.
SK Knight is going to have the agency, having the Ambassador. Really not a lot of frontline to speak of outside of the Wukong on 9God, so is potential that if this one gets out of hand, it does get out of hand very, very quickly, especially with a Pantheon, that point-and-click CC, able to shut down the Ambassador and the Jinx if he does find the target. I also don't necessarily mind. I think there's a world where you would have swapped the mid-jungle for both of these teams, and they would have walked away just that little bit happier, but the decision to grab the Taliyah, I think, is just entirely based on making sure that Wukong and Ambassador can't really play the game as easily. So in that sense, I'm honestly not too concerned about it for either side. And I think this is exactly like you said. It's going to be one of those cases where it's really going to come down to execution, and that's not even a level 2 hit, and we're just burning summoners. But
yeah,
this is going to be the level 2 potentially hit by Voice and Darkness, nice and early.
Yeah, pressuring a lot in this early game. Shout out to the Bard. With that Cosmic Binding, has already found a few angles here and there. Burns out the heal across the board there, though. Dio did not use the barrier, so they will have a slight summoner advantage for some potential shenanigans down the line. His Voice just content with farming up for the moment. Got a few CS lead, might be equalized a little bit. Let's see as that level 2 is now hit across the board here. Junglers just doing their things, nothing crazy like last game.
This is one of those situations where you're kind of really looking to time the crash as the bot lane. Holding that wave just outside, you want to try and crash it just before the jungler crosses into the bot lane, so you have the bouncing wave back. Trying to get like 1 minute time just before they look for that gank, because then the wave does come back to you. Settles in at least the midpoint, which is a decent setup for you, especially when you do have a Pantheon as alongside the Bard really nicely. So could be what they're looking for. That is going to push the wave. So you know what? I think we're just playing it out nice and slowly here on both sides.
Definitely looks like at this point. Now in the top lane, SK Knight does have control of it. So despite some difficulties in lane across the board in this matchup, we'll definitely continue to stack these grass procs. Never mind. Hang on a moment. Brittle plus 2 tower shots. Flash going to be committed. Flashes out in trade. Potentially could have held it a little bit longer, but didn't really have the mana to work with. It's already... I just cast a Kirsten. Isle of Man gets the advantage in the lane. Going to force out the TP early, you've got to imagine. It's going to give two Chronicles some pressure in the bot lane.
Krabby. Really nice. So I think if we're looking to play this one's chill, and we absolutely are, so there's the recalls coming out from actually both sides of the bot lane matchup. So they just wanted to have 2 Chronicles there to shadow. Teleport going to come in from Cadence as well. And now that Flash Blown on SK Knight actually becomes relevant, because now you're probably going to bomb it up topside. That's where your camps are respawning, and Nine God knows it. Going to get some vision down and actually catch out the Pantheon before he gets his reset in. So really heads up play, actually keeping SK Knight nice and safe in this topside.
Solid trading as well. That's the beauty I find in the Ornn. You don't need to back, really, other than getting that mana online. That's why I like Ornn jungle so much, but we'll have a little bit of advantage here. Yeah. I saw Inspired do it, and I was like, I'm just going to copy it and get 60 LP for free in the first day, so I was like, hell yeah.
Being Inspired is generally a pretty good, good way to do things, I think.
Except if you're at first stand, apparently. Then you copy Skew
Yeah. I'm a VOD watcher, because I've had an incredibly busy week. So I'm aware that G2 got a really big victory. I don't know over who yet. I'm like 2 days behind.
Oh, no, you don't know?
Yeah, I actually don't know.
You want me to break the news to you, or...?
Yeah, I mean, spoilers, yeah, sure, hit me. Who'd they beat?
They beat...
Was it Gen G?
FearX 3-0, and then Gen G 3-0.
Oh, damn, that's nuts. Yeah, I will be watching that later on. That'll be fun. But obviously I had to catch up with this tournament, because I also missed the last day. Had to quickly skim through the VOD. Really crazy games yesterday. I think this trend is continuing in today. These games get messy fast. Chronicles looking for a bit of a gank on towards the bot side. He does have the passive stacked up.
Yeah,
at least draw a flash here.
Gonna land it. That's a big chunk of damage, but a good flash from Steven. We get him out of the way for now, but you take that where you can. Another summoner down. The heal is back up, and that's the beauty of those like short skirmishes early in the lane. Is you can get some priority, and then by the time it really matters, those summoners are back up. Forge God lands one. Look at that damage. Oh, he's so low. He can't get it in time. He doesn't have the mana. He doesn't have the flash available. SK Knight barely living by the skin of his teeth twice in a row now. Blessed. Forever blessed. Apparently, will live to tell the tale once more.
Yeah, really nicely played so far by Patrick the Pirate up in the top lane, as it is a difficult early laning phase for the Ambessa most of the time. There are some matchups where she is a little bit more free to take trades, but this Ornn is not one of them. Ornn base damages are absolutely nuts, although we might have, there's something happening up there.
Nine God does not know about that ward, so he doesn't know that Chronicle knows that he's there. Shockwave potential.
Crab
Not going
secured.
to commit to it though. Crab secured. They've got some room to work with for a potential early dragon. Game a Hextech online would be very, very nice for this composition.
Lasser has been getting largely the better of Cadence thus far in this this early laning phase. Every time he steps up, he's been getting flung over some rocks, tumbling and turning as he tries to step up and trade. So well navigated, but both these mid laners are just going to be chilling and farming it out, looking for their what will probably be their Archangel staff into maybe Shadow Flame on at least the Orianna. I really like Shadow Flame on Orianna. Any champion that has AP damage and the auto attacks, Shadow Flame feels so good. So definitely makes a lot of sense. We'll see what the Talia goes for. Lots of options. Obviously, can go for things like the Leandries to chop through tanks. Not that there are that many in this game, so could be the more damage focused option of the two. But we have a very chill one. Rylizer, yeah, would be another option, especially against something like a Jinx. Makes a lot of sense.
Nice and peaceful.
Very chill early game.
It's a good reprieve from what the last two games have been at this point. Although as I say that, as I say that though, Grand Starfall is now online for 2 Chronicles. Could land play towards one of these lanes at the moment. The SK Knight continuing just trade back and forth with Isle of Man. Has a tiny bit of a lead here. Only one camp is the difference for that jungle role quest. Don't know the progress of the other ones yet. As Grand Starfall going to be used. On towards Steven. No flash available. Tempered Fate is perfect. The Cosmic Binding lands as well. And they might find the first, but the Cyclones here are going to be found. Chronicle gets it. Flash over the wall. Not there in time. The buffer is clean. And now, Inara ult. Talia coming on in. Lasser needs to find something. Flashes on in. Dio tries desperately, but Darkness lives to tell the tale. It's 2 for 1, and what an explosive start.
Really nicely played. It was just a matter of 2 Chronicles just being there that little bit faster, looking for the play. You can see the Wukong was waiting in the wings, but they find this great Cosmic Bard ultimate, forgot the name. And then Chronicles is able to finish off the kill with the Q. Unfortunately, does go down. Bluetooth auto comes through from 9God, and that does spell his demise. It would have been a really clean play otherwise. And then Lasser, I'm not sure what this he was trying to achieve, maybe thinking that 9God would look for some sort of counter engage onto his bot lane. So in that sense, yeah, really well played, but could have potentially gone for the greedy angle as well, and maybe even picked up 9God at the back end of the play, but 9God is first out of base, so he's going to get himself this dragon. I don't think there's going to be a response here as the waves are pushed for the side of Dio and Steven. So get that first Drake picked up in exchange for a couple of kills, a little bit of a gold lead to AMP Enjoyers.
Yeah, not really a good position to contest that, as a little bit of poke on towards Darkness to end that off. Maybe potentially looking for a repeat gank down here. It's Chronicle just clearing some vision for the moment. Grand Starfall probably about 40 seconds away from being back online, but Lasser going to take up the jungler's job and gank themselves towards top. Might not even need it. Public execution just to get the flash away, the dash rather, and Lasser finds it regardless, and Isle of Man is rolling this lane.
Lasser has been kind of running the mid lane, and that first rotation, first roam, going to be bearing fruit for him. So they're going to be getting the grubs on the side of Forever Blessed, so a little bit of a bonus for them. Not the strongest of objectives in 2026 compared to, say, last year, but it will be a bit of bonus experience for the Wukong, which will help him get his levels online. He does have that cyclone ready, so he's kind of hit that breakpoint where he is able to be useful, but so far, 1k gold lead, but AMP Enjoy is really loving what I'm seeing. The proactivity across the map from Lasser, the lane dominance from Isle of Man, and thus far, Voice and Darkness have really kept that bot lane controlled, so they're looking great.
Now we start to see some of those item breakpoints come online as well. Triforce in the works for 9God on the other side of the Sundered Sky. Going to be incredibly impactful in some of these fights. Might look to even take a camp or two away at this point as Nine God not able to do anything about it. Yeah. Sair continuing to put up the pressure across the map here. Gonna find the first. It's gonna be secured for free. Now, what do they really do over the next 3 minutes is the question here.
It is going to be a question. Dragon is 3 minutes away, as is the Herald, so both of those objectives are going to be available. And thus far, at least in the mid lane, Lacer has been winning a lot of these trades.
I don't believe Chronicle was spawned. Grand Starfall is going to come on down. Dio in maybe a little bit of trouble. Really, really nice chompers there by a lot of space. Now Darkness out of position for the moment. Tempered Fate.
Oh, Darkness.
Buys a little bit. No flash available. Could have sensed that Nine God would have gone for it. A bloodless fight across the board, but it was so tense.
Yeah, really tense stuff. Really nicely played by Darkness to get the disengage with the Bard ultimate. So they do manage to get away scot-free despite what was looking like a bit of an awkward exchange in the bot lane. Adi continues to lose plates up in this top side. Even though he's played this lane great, it really has just not amounted to a whole lot. Just it actually is a slight advantage to SK Knight, so will not be walking away with a whole lot. But it is just a very slow-tempered game. It feels like both sides really just have to wait for all of their tools to be available. And primarily, it's going to be that Grand Starfall from 2 Chronicles. And if they don't have that, then they just don't go for a play. And if the play doesn't look good, they just walk away, which is actually more control.
It's a trait that teams I think should learn more of.
Yeah, we don't see it a lot from a lot of teams.
A little bit of vision going to be gained across the map here. SK Knight trying once again to get some plates, get some pressure. Has that role quest now online as well. Practically everyone except for those mid laners and Darkness, who is probably about to get those wards in short order. Like you mentioned, 1 minute left until that dragon. You can see some vision already set up around the pit. No TP available just yet for either of these top laners. Maybe Isle of Man will have it online. 50 seconds, so we'll have it for the start of the dragon for sure. Have to see how things go though in the setup, as in the mid lane, Cadence could be in a bit of trouble. There's 3 people here. The Shockwave gonna find nothing. But the Cosmic Binding barely hits a fragment of the wall. I need to see that again, see how that happened. As Lacer lives to tell the tale at the end of it all. Gonna give them about 30 seconds to get things ready for the dragon. And that's the perfect amount of time they need.
Yeah, recall, get back out on the base. Really nicely played. And here's the engage here. So the Shockwave is attempted, and yeah, the bends the bullet on the Cosmic Binding.
The angle of that wall is really deceptive at times to where the wall actually is, I've found. And Darkness makes perfect use of it. As in the bot lane, Voice playing very aggressively here. I love to see it, especially with those little bits of Coco there to back him up.
He does have I believe he has the Kraken Slayer online. You can see the enhanced auto attacks coming through, so he's ahead of the Jinx by quite a bit. And that Kraken Slayer, even though Yunara is very much that scaling hyper carry, just gives her so much ability to just take really free trades with, you proc the Q, you get the enhanced attack speed, and you just kind of go crazy on the wave. And if your opponent happens to be standing there, then they will lose a bunch of health. And that prio is going to get to this dragon, so it's a very slow one from AMP enjoyers. But they are doing the job, and I really love what I'm seeing from this team. It's a shame we didn't get to see them last week, but if this is the brand of League of Legends that they bring, I think they can potentially punch above their weight, because they're not looking for a lot of skill checks. It's just these slow macro moves, using their priority, trying to get numbers advantages and just overload and make it so the opponents can't really necessarily play the game against you.
Yeah, exactly. And even when they need to go aggressive, they hit that button immediately. They're all on the same page. You love to see that level of synergy. As they will give up that Herald, opting instead to gain a little bit extra in the way of that vision control towards bot lane here. Try and accelerate Voice even more. Hex Optics now completed. Grand Starfall in the mid. And we can see now why that Talia Pantheon combo is so lethal, as another kill goes over to Chronicle. 3-1 on this Pantheon, almost heading towards that Black Cleaver already.
Yeah, he is so accelerated in this game. 700 to the good. He is definitely stacking up. He was the first person to get their first jungler to get their item online with the Sundered Sky, so just a lot of extra tankiness coming in from that healing, and that Black Cleaver definitely going to help once Yunara is more relevant in the team fights. And definitely what you want to see from this team is still just that slow advance. They did trade the Herald for it, so that top lane tower could potentially not be long for this world. Could also be a drop in the bot lane to try and get more gold into the Jinx's pocket. She does have the Hex Optics online. The new Jinx build, Hex Optics into Phantom Dancer, and then you go for the IE usually, or potentially one of the Armor Pen items. It's mathematically correct, apparently. It's goofy looking, but it works, and she does a lot of damage, and she really pops off in team fights.
It looks like Cadence. Oh, they are waiting for any moment to step up and forward here. Both of those Seraphs now are going to be completed. Still a tiny gold lead, so those Fated Ashes as well will provide a little bit of that extra wave clear for Lasser. 2.5 minutes until that dragon. So just continuing to try and find small leads here and there. Maybe with that ping coming down, they might look for something towards the top lane, try and relieve a little bit of pressure on Isle of Man, as that's now Masterwork items online. The first one's there, second one you imagine is probably going to be an upgraded Sundered Sky. We'll have to see what the state of the game is in the next few minutes for that.
Yeah, that's going to be a big deal actually for the side of Amp Enjoyers, because Orianna has actually gone for the lower damage build. She's going for the Steras into the Andrews. Is engaged here by Isle of Man. Just wanted to protect his power. Does have 2 Chronicles. And
he's going in. Hang on a moment. Call of the Forge God might buy some time. Good flash will get him out in that situation. Chronicle could be in a bit of trouble though. Public Execution is facing the wrong way. Good knock up. And it might just be Isle of Man falling on the sword, but never mind. The flash out is there. That's the extra durability from that Masterwork item really coming into clutch there. They'll take a tower at the very least, but even still, you're happy with that, all things considered.
Yeah, first tower, it is going to be an Ornn, so wait. Nope, voice.
Okay,
not going to get that one. It's completely fine. But yeah, first tower going down is kind of part of the course for an Ornn versus Ambessa matchup. She's always going to have the pressure in the match. So well done by Isle of Man to hold out as long as he could have. But inevitably the tower does go down, so a little bit of extra gold injected to the pockets at the top and jungle. But now it's going to be a question of where you go next, because this is where I think, to get back to the point, you can play a really slow game here as AMP, because you're going to get those ornaments online. That's going to add countless gold worth of stats. And it won't necessarily matter that the Orianna has gone for this lower damage build, because she's going to get about, 1,000 or so gold worth of bonus stats into either that Leandries or the Seraph. So that's going to help a lot when it gets to the mid to late game team fights, where you've already got an 80 carry on your side in Voice, who's actually quite accelerated. 1.6k in the lead will get him closer to that Infinity Edge a little bit faster, but if you're looking for some engage, and SK Knight is not going to go for it.
Oh, hang on. Darkness in trouble. They were very far up there. I don't know what led to that, but...
What is he doing there?
They immediately lose both Chronicles and Darkness right before the Dragon. They've got Herald and 5 pushing in towards mid. Maybe this wall can save. It will.
Charge.
Okay, so the charge won't come through at the very least, but still a lot of pressure, and they will probably claim this Dragon in just a moment. I'd need to see that again to figure out how they got into such a terrible situation there. They overextended and got immediately punished for it.
Yeah, I would love to see if we can pull that up, because really awkward, and it's going to cost them that Dragon. Some plate's going to go over to the side of AMP, so definitely going to help them stay relevant in this game. Is a slight lead in terms of the Drake stacking for Forever Blessed, so that will get them closer towards what will be that that Mountain Soul. And look at the other side, you definitely want to deny a Mountain Soul, because there's an Ornn, and that's pretty rough.
And they continue to lay siege towards mid here. Isle of Man in a little bit of trouble. Public Execution, though, lands onto Darkness. Goes through the first, goes to the last. That might not have been the situation they were looking for, at the very least. but they push them off. They buy some summoners. They buy some space.
Yeah, I think
gonna
you're
get that
pretty
tower
happy
in
with
short
that
order.
positive trade of summoners. But here we go. We're going to see
they
it
just-
again.
They just dove
yeah, just
in.
on the edge of your screen. I
Yeah.
don't know what the plan was. Maybe some miscommunication there. From
I can see Lysair coming up, but
Yeah.
that's still way too early.
and he didn't have ulti, so he couldn't have joined that fight in any great hurry. So just a bit of miscommunication, I think. Maybe Chronicles and Rip Chronicler.
Yeah. I miss him.
Not Rip. I mean, he's alive, but we,
Yeah.
we miss him on the cast. But yeah, the miscommunication. I think they maybe did not realize how many people were there. So unfortunate stuff. Engaged by Force.
Look at that damage! Forces the flash. There's the power of this Inara. I almost forgot the name from him. Almost said Mbessa. It's basically the same level of power at this point. Shockwave. Nice cosmic binding still lands, and Steven could be in a bit of trouble. Everyone's barely staying alive. Good interrupt midair, and now Voice can't go any further lest he face that Wukong. So a lot of summoners burned, but somehow everyone on Forever Blessed lives. Maybe they are Forever Blessed.
Yeah, but it's a positive trade. A nice play by Voice to just find the isolated Jinx, knowing that at this point he is just that little bit stronger. With the Beacon Hunter's Vaults enabled, just is able to just press the ult button and find those 3 guaranteed crits / true damage. So that's always going to give you the upper hand in that short trade at the very least. And they just chase them out and blow a bunch of summoners. And now that Baron is up and available. So now they can kind of start to play that Baron dance. They can have their mid, their top pushed in, sneak in the vision, and then just have someone on the side lanes ready to teleport in as required. And Paddy's teleport is going to be coming up very, very shortly. You can see Lysair has been parked in the bot lane to play against the Mbessa for the time being, because he is the one who does have that teleport. That'll probably be corrected in short order, because Mbessa can just ult on the Thalia's face. You can see she's backing up right now. So it is just going to be all about this Baron next couple of minutes until that dragon spawns in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Nailed it. And that will be the next battlefield, potentially.
Upgraded Kraken Slayer, Hex Optics, and the Fiend Hunter. This Yunara will be a beast in the team fights. It's really going to be the key here for Nine God, for SK Knight, or even Cadence with the ult to land that onto this Yunara. Get that off the playing field immediately, and your job is a lot better. Right. We'll have to see how things go though. We head in towards the Baron stage of the game here. Upgrades continuing to be on the way. Isle of Man probably reaching 16 soon, so Lysair will have that upgraded Leandries, because I learned the other day the tier items apparently can't be upgraded.
Oh, I didn't know that. So it's going to have to be the Leandries, and honestly, that's fine. Gets you a little bit of bonus health, and that's the reason why Lysair has gone for that build in the first place. Of course, there's a Wukong, there's an Mbessa. Of course, you're going to need a little bit of extra health,
Ooh,
so
hang on.
go for it. Hang on.
Super Mega
They
Death
get bonus
Rocket.
health.
The burn might be enough, and it is a bit of an
so
overextension
unfortunate.
from Lysair, and it's punished accordingly. Cadence, there's the shockwave I was talking about, and it finds the first pick.
Yeah, I think Lysair just did not think he was going to die there, and honestly, you can understand it, as the tower is very, very low. Chronicle is going to find himself a Lulu, but that's about all he gets out of that exchange. So, if anything, that just, while it is just that slight gold lead for AMP, this kind of just extends the time that Forever Blessed have to make sure that their Jinx is on an even keel with the Yunara. Same thing with the Orianna. Just a little bit of a chill, little bit of a time to get your bearings, get your summoner spells back, which is going to be very, very important for the carries on Forever Blessed, and make sure you are ready for the next fight. So really well navigated by Cadence to find that pick.
That's the problem we've seen with some of these comps today, is not when they go on for these fights, they're not front to backing like how their comp wants to. And hopefully this time around we'll have to see if they can. There's the upgraded Leandries coming on in. And every single one of those faster works means that Ornn gets even more of those tank stats. They're going to take this dragon though. There's no contest just yet. And Starfall's a long way away. Polymorph might buy him a little bit of space, but Nine God will get out free. How does the rest of this fight go? They need to look for something to try and make this play somewhat worth it They invest everything, they get nothing out of it.
Yeah, they kind of just do the worst of both worlds, really, there for AMP. Lasser's going to wall off the retreat, so that will get them this mid lane tower eventually. It did look a bit touch and go there because it felt like they were kind of split between contesting Dragon and looking for the push, but now they commit to the push. They're going to get this tier 2. I don't know if they can look for any more. They could look to rotate top and try to get this tier 2, or at least try and get some plates out of it. Still maintaining that slight gold lead, and I think it's just these little macro moves. Getting people to the right places to farm the gold off the plates has just kept them slightly ahead of the game, and then you have to factor in that Ornn. You know, how many thousands of gold worth of stats will he be providing at the end of the game?
Absolutely. Look at that gold graph. Continues to be a bit of a roller coaster here. The carries, though, of Lysair and Voice, we haven't actually seen them thrive in a full-on fight at this point. And that's where they're going to be most lethal. When Voice gets to free hit and Dio is in the way. I mean, we saw it in the mid lane earlier. That was a flash burn for almost nothing. Plus 75% of health just gone like that. When it comes around to these team fights, who is really going to stop this damage dealing duo? Spellguard, or rather the Zhonya's mini is online now for Lysair as well, so even more survivability for these carries.
And not available for Cadence, so that might be a big deal in the next fight. And I think the big thing for this game is... Oh, yeah, we'll potentially have that death cap, which will definitely sting if the shockwave comes through. Really pushing here, looking to overlay. 9 on the flank.
Get tower at the very least. Grand Starfall comes in, but it's a little bit mistimed. Maybe they can find the first. Flash comes through. Shockwave as well. Chronicles is in a very bad position. Looking for some damage. The Forge God needs to find something. Lands onto one. The Brittle is there and chunking through them. That's one down for free. They're looking for more. They are hunting. That's a double kill secured for Lysair. They're going to get a Baron right off that.
And there is Flash still available to the Bard, the Ornn, and the Taliyah, so I think that's enough with the flashes down on all of their key carries on the side of Ferroblast that they will not look to contest this Baron. That is going to be a free Baron going over to... I say free, it was actually... It looked difficult, that fight, to try and navigate, but it was a really nice setup by Darkness with this Tempered Fate to get the stun on the Lulu. No peel available to the team, forced to ultimate herself. Chronicles saved by the Redemption and the Pantheon E, and then they just lay down damage, and everyone is in full retreat. They don't quite get Dio in the fight, which does make it feel a bit sketchy, but the fact that they get this Lulu in the end does mean that they are going to get this Baron. So first real advantage of the game. Every advantage they've had up until this point has felt just that little bit fake, where we're kind of waiting for that one fight that's going to tip the scales back in the favor of Forever Blessed, but they do find it on the side of Amp Enjoyers, and now what can they do with the priority that Baron is going to get them? It looks like it's going to be a 4-1 split with Isle of Man playing that sort of rotation role. As the ultimates come up, they can look for potentially another engage if there's a push too far into the jungle from Forever Blessed.
I believe almost all of those masterworks are online now, except for Chronicles in this situation.
Vandal pipes. Those are some shiny pipes.
I like it. I like it. Got a bit of a Bard in the bot lane. That makes sense.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it totally makes sense. Why doesn't Bard have bagpipes? It feels very appropriate.
Well, he's got that little horn thing. I guess that works.
Does he have a skin where he has bagpipes? I feel like he does.
Yeah, the jazz... Oh, no, that's the saxophone. But he's got Bard.
Yeah, does he have a bagpipe in that? It feels like he should. Isle of Man, sure. How long does he live here? Forever.
Forever, it looks like, yeah.
That's a burn flash.
Got, what's that? 5k health? 280 armor?
He's pretty big.
Yeah. The only one really going to be dealing damage at this point is this Orianna, who has just been stunned up by the Tempered Fate. Can't flash over the wall because there's a Taliyah right there for him. They're going to jump it as well. They'll trade 1-for-1 at the end of it all because a little bit out of position there for Voice. Isle of Man is a bit of trouble, but look at that damage. And the Protoplasm Belt as well will mean he lives just a little bit longer. It's 1-for-1. Close out that fight somehow.
And again, it's just these very tempered fights from both sides. I believe.
Full TP
I
coming
mean,
in.
it makes sense. Teleport.
Spark's
coming
not
in.
looking to end anytime soon. Says here. Isle of Man, big shield on top of it all. Darkness maybe in a bit of a bad position. There's no public execution to work with here. Nara dead for quite a long time. Big chunky damage. SK Knight probably going to go down in just a moment. As two Chronicles forced off. Somehow no one dies there as well.
It's a good trade. I don't know how they get away with it because one side has an 80 carry in Dio, and the Yunara is dead for Ramp Enjoyers. So it felt like Dio could have just stepped up and hit with basically impunity, but didn't want to maybe put himself in the threat range of two Chronicles, who was, to be fair, pretty occupied, but that is going to be Dragon. That is going to be priority, and that is going to be an equalization, at least a little bit, 2 Dragons for AMP Enjoyers. So the game continues to roll on at a very even pace.
It's all going to be denied. That's that final upgrade onto the formerly Obsidian Cleaver. I think they should bring back those fun names.
The cool names, yeah.
Yeah, I miss them.
What was the Obsidian Cleaver called when you upgraded? I feel like there was
Obsidian Cleaver.
a name for it. Oh, yes,
Black Cleaver,
yeah. It's Black Cleaver and then turns into Obsidian Cleaver. You're totally
I
correct.
miss Syzygy. Syzygy was my favorite.
That's a fun one to say.
Yeah.
Syzygy.
Yeah.
Although at the wrong time during a cast, that just becomes a mouthful of spit on the microphone.
Never want that, especially now. A very precious microphone. We love your microphone.
Yeah. I need to get a headset, man. If I'm leaning forward, leaning backward, it goes crazy. Darkness is going to get out.
Might be leaning forward a bit too much. Voice. Ooh, lives to tell the tale. Super Mega Death Rocket. 7 seconds away. Not able to use that just yet to finish off the kill. Still, good catch. Buys him a lot of space. Healing up a little bit. Isle of Man still here in the front line for now. Good seismic shove finds Night God. And how much further can they go? The Rampage, the Call of the Forge God. And onto the back line, public execution might be able to find something. Voice lives for so long. And now SK Knight trying to find something. A double kill going to be secured. It's a fight on all fronts as Dio trying to take down Lacer, but it won't be enough. It's just two left running for the hills. And now, AMP full in control after a messy fight.
Yeah, AMP played that really nicely. The flick from Lacer is actually... I'm just going to say, Lacer played that really nicely because the rest of the fight was a bit of a mess. I just had my eyes on Lacer hiding out the Jinx on the other side, so he played this incredibly well to isolate the 80 carry away from the fight, make sure that she couldn't rejoin, because one reset would have met the end of this fight. Now, SK Knight does find the Yunara, which makes it really awkward, along with Darkness does eventually go down. I believe in this fight. Yeah, it takes a while, but he does go down.
Yeah.
But
he lands
the big story,
perfect seismic shove as well. It barely catches the edge of the unraveled earth and saves him. So shout out to Lacer for that.
Yeah, and Lacer, I gotta say, I love the guy. He's a really nice dude, but his performances in these competitive tournaments have always been kind of off and on. It feels like he is very much on for this one. So I'm really excited to see this because this is a player I think when he is in form, can perform very, very well against some of the best mids. So hopefully he keeps it up and has been putting in the hours because he's looking really, really good in this game. It's been a massive carry force for the team. Even when I think the Yunara of Voice has been kind of singled out in a lot of these fights, he's been holding up the brunt of a lot of damage. He's been hitting these incredible flicks. So it's been really good to see. Now, ripping around this Baron, all ultimates will be available. It's just a flash missing from Voice. Dio does not have his, but everyone else, particularly that Wukong, does have the flash available. So got to be careful when you're approaching these choke points with the Wukong.
It's going to be a rough situation. Heading into the next Dragon. Minute 45, Baron is up and available. Continuing to be that sole point, at least for now. And siege towards mid, they're going to take down this tower with ease. Finally, the mid tower goes down. We can see all the crystals crusting up over it.
I think it was more crystal than tower.
Oh, hang on. Lacer's going to live to tell the tale.
He's out.
Caden's not going to burn that shockwave to try and stop it. Good Soaz play. Shout out.
Yeah,
now how
it is interesting actually. Just the Yunara build is actually looking like he's going to go for an attempt though. Wait, they're just all
Forge
sending.
God, they're just going to dive on in. Dio's in a bit of trouble and immediately just one shot. SK Knight not long for it as well. It's Darkness picking up the double kill because why not? And they're going to turn onto that Baron.
Reckless behavior by Darkness, and that's going to get themselves the Baron. And they just let it rip. If at first you don't succeed with the Tempered Fate, then go for the Ornhorn. Just send everything at Dio. He's the only target that really matters. Cadence, you can see, has very low mana, so probably was looking for his reset timer, and they just get the Baron. Baron number 2 of the game. See what they can do with it. Still holding on in this game, still trying to get themselves towards an advantage in this game. It still feels like this game is so close despite that lead. We're kind of splitting fights. It feels like AMP have gotten the better of most of them, but they just haven't really been able to capitalize in terms of breaking the base open or getting a lot of dragons stacked under their belt. So this game has been very slow paced.
Where do they go from here is the question. Dragon is going to be conceded completely, and 2 Chronicles doesn't need too much help. The voice is there, going to give him one. He's going to be secured, and every single one of these just makes this Ornn so much tankier. Call the Forge God not going to land. Oh, sorry, the Temper Fate not going to land, but the Call the Forge God will. Look at the knock-up as well. Dio's in a bit of trouble. Brittle again, so has to back off. Run for the hills. It's Nine God with this GA. Maybe a little bit of survivability, but even still, it is a rough situation here for Forever Blessed. They are losing. They're just bleeding out resources everywhere on the map.
Yeah, and every time they pull the trigger, as long as Alaban is in the front, they just can't do damage to him. Not significantly, not any meaningful damage, so he just gets to stand there, even though that engage, it did take a while for the rest of the members to step up and actually join the fight. He'd barely taken any damage. And this is a Ornn who is level 19, and he does have teleport, so if he does look to play the side lanes like he is now and teleports into the fight, he's going to have that massive shield. He is just going to be straight up unkillable. That dragon is 4 minutes away, as is the Baron.
Nine God has the flank. Public execution as well. This Pantheon is so tanky, especially with the redemption. Isle of Man's just going to walk into 4 and live so incredibly long. Look at the Weaver's Wall as well coming on through. SK Knight not long for the world, and they are fighting for their tournament life here. After the FF in week 1, they are back with a vengeance. And they roll over this map. It's just Cadence left standing, and Darkness has been sent to buy a little bit more time. He's got no mana to work with. And immediately, just like that, AMP are going to run down this base. They're going to move up to 1-1, and they are going to stay alive in this group.
They certainly will. Really nicely played. It was slow, it was methodical. Perhaps more slow and methodical than we're really used to from this tournament, especially given the past couple of days, but they do find the win. And I just shout-outs to basically everyone in the team, but particularly Lasser, because his performance, 7-1-7 on the Talia, just was absolutely monstrous. So many of his seismic shoves were instrumental in keeping them in this game. I don't want to say keeping them in this game, just keeping them ahead, making sure that they were always catching out members of the opposing team. And when those shoves came through, there was follow-up damage, they were able to blow people up. So really well played.
Yeah, Lasser finding the perfect angle in so many of those situations, and not to discredit the rest of the team as well. They all had. I honestly couldn't think of an MVP that game. All of them played incredibly well across the board. But I mean, if I did have to choose, it probably would be Lasser with all of those. Of course, shoves. Yeah. But likewise, I mean, Isle of Man in that top lane, the utility provided, the fact that he was able to stay ahead, or at least stay neutral in that Embessa lane, was such a benefit to them. And at the end of the day, they get back from that 0-1. They now are in contention for playoffs. We'll have to see how they can do.
Yeah, 100%. Keeping their tournament life alive. Exactly what you want to see from this team after the unfortunate first round forfeit. So hopefully they can keep this level of form up. This was definitely a warm-up game for them. An opponent who you can sort of charitably say this is a team, these are two teams that are very much evenly matched in terms of the firepower that they're bringing to the tournament. There's a couple of teams where we put them at the top of the table. Your names like Capybara, Rush Hour 4, all of these teams that we kind of position as the team to beat. These are two of the teams where we're kind of really waiting to see what they can bring. And I'm very impressed by what the AMP Enjoyers brought. I don't know if it's AMP or AMP. Like, AMP Enjoyer doesn't make any sense. What do you think they're actually trying to say there? But I'm impressed with what they brought. It was controlled. It looked good. They did well in lane. And I hope they can keep this up against some of the teams they're going to be seeing in playoffs if they do manage to get there.
Yeah, they still got one more game to try and claw back in. And we've only got one more game after this quick break. That'll come up in a moment. Our final game of the week. So don't go anywhere.
And we are back. Wow, what a calm and honestly very collected, calculated game. What are your guys' thoughts? My thoughts in terms of just that was a really high level League of Legends game in terms of there was very little mistakes. Everything was so thought out. Weapon, I want to hear from you first. How did that game go in terms of the gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to mince words. A lot of people will say it was boring. But I was actually having a great time. I was impressed by, particularly Amp Enjoyers, the way that they would kind of make a play when they had all of their cooldowns available. They weren't over-forcing, off-tempo or anything like that. And if the play looked bad, most importantly, they would run away. And that's that's a skill that we see a lot of teams at this level and like just below, they really fail to develop that skill. So I was saying in the break, and I said it during the cast, I think while this is not a team that you necessarily get excited as it's maybe your top 4, having that skill in their back pocket means that they can potentially punch up because they will only take percentage plays, and that's a really good sign moving forward.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think they have a bit of a sort of sleeper value to them in the sense of you really don't expect them to. They don't have these big flashy plays. They don't have this big sort of surrounding, but. I mean, you can't deny that was
sleeper is the operative word.
Yeah. You don't suspect them to just come through like that. What did you think, Mercury, in terms of gameplay of that game?
I think it was good, right? Obviously, we had a bunch of chaos in the first 2 games, and we enjoy that. We enjoy the chaos and the excitement that comes with it. But sometimes it's good to just have a nice, solid, ethical League of Legends game. I'm going to say it again because that's what it is. It is ethical gameplay. Right? No crazy drafts, just pure fundamentals. You'll love to see it. And now I believe everyone in that group is 1-1, so it really is anyone's game.
Yeah. So that whole, that entire group is a complete even state. They're going to be feeling the pressure a little bit because now we're going to have to go into, there's a couple tiebreakers, there's a couple games going on. A stressful environment and very different from from Group B, of course, which is now decided. And we're coming into Group D. We can take a look at the groups here. Coming into Group D now, once again, we've got a winner already in terms of UNSW How. Really got to see Skull Bullet and Arkan Chingu here. How they perform, but look at Group C, even across the board. What do we think?
I think it's been really good because we haven't really seen a lot of straight-up blowouts, really, from any of these groups. There are obviously teams that we came in with lower expectations, but I mean, just looking at Group C, which we just obviously had on screen, that one's incredibly tight. Like everywhere, even the teams that are 0-2 have had fighting chances, and that's kind of why going into this tournament, I had Skull Bullet as, they're our qualifier team. We don't really know a lot about them. You look at Arkan Chingus in this particular instance of this game, and you're like, okay, what chance do they really have? But you can't write anyone out, so it's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree completely. In terms of how even it was in this Group C, besides the last game, which was very sort of calculated and natural, they still have so much chaos, and it really does. Every team has a chance at victory here. I do have to ask, in Group C, Mercury, do you have a favorite team that have come out?
Honestly, kind of Amp. If I'm being honest,
really,
this was the first team. This is the first game we saw of them, right? Because they did have that forfeit in week 1, unfortunately, right? So this is our first showing of them. I'm pretty happy with it overall.
Yeah. Would you agree in terms of it, Weapon? Have you been pleasantly surprised by Amp?
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of the players on this team. Just like I said, Lasser's a really nice dude. Voice is also he's a bit of a character, but he's a fun guy. And these guys are guys that I've cast for a long time, so I'm really excited to see them do well. And I like the style that they're bringing. It's not the most fun thing to watch, but it definitely will get them some wins. So hopefully we get to see them proceed. And I think they've got a tough group, but let's see how far they go.
Yeah, no, that's all good. What's it called? We're going to take a look at the next group here. Take a look right now. Ooh. What are we thinking about these players, fellas?
Oh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a very tough matchup for these teams. I'm pretty sure the loser is eliminated. The loser will go down to 0-2, and I'm pretty sure will lock elimination. The other one will fight for their tournament lives. So it's going to be very interesting to see which one of them comes out on top. Immediately, though, I think Skullbull, Linsanity, right? Like, lives up to the name. Is someone that you really got to keep your eye out on.
Personally, I absolutely love Linsanity's Renekton. I mean, that is a pick I was looking for. I was so devastated SK Knight's Maud got banned. I was hunting for that. I was praying for that first ban of the day, and I'm wondering if we're going to get the same thing here. I'm wondering if Linsanity is just going to get instantly banned out, that Renekton is going to be gone from the table. Someone else I'm looking out for, though, in terms of... listen, Skullbullet, they came out of the qualifiers. They won the qualifiers. I really love this Wrangle lock spot lane. I really actually do. I'm really pleasantly surprised by how well they've worked together. And I'm hoping to see Wrangle on a more aggressive pick. I really would like to see an aggressive ADC here. Are there any picks that you're looking for here, Weapon, to sort of maybe change a pace from the last game?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. This is a Skullbullet team. I just don't really know a whole lot about them besides Linsanity, who is someone I've seen before in tournaments and has been fairly solid. Obviously, the Renekton is always going to be there as that safe, stable pick if you do want to look for that one. But yeah, if Wrangle and Locks are those aggressive players, then you do have the options, right? Especially if you're going to be on that red side. Get the R1, R2, Lucian / Nami / Corki sort of combinations. But on the other side, I just look at Arc and Chingus, and I'm trying to remember what their last match was. I don't think it was necessarily a blowout. And that... do you remember that game? Because we cast that one together.
Yes. So that game actually was surprising. It wasn't a blowout. It was actually a very close game. It really was. I do think the best performing players from that. I didn't see much. I think from Spirit there, but Smile and Lovers performed very well together, and I do think we'll be getting. I think in terms of this game, I think it's going to be a bot lane focused game. I think it's going to be both bot lanes going head to head with each other, and I'm really interested to see how they sort of come together, I guess, and that's going to be the most interesting, I think, lane to focus on. But very unfortunately, we're going to take a short break as there is a draft delay. Stay tuned, though. It's going to be such a good game. Keep on. And we are back, and I mean, it's been a little break, but we are ready, and I'm very excited for this game. Me and the other casters, we were talking about some of the picks we might see, some of the picks we have seen in the past. I think, do you agree with my statement that bot lane is the place to look for here?
Yeah, I think so. Usually is for a lot of these competitive teams, and Smile and Lovers were some of the better performers, I want to say. Yeah, we'll certainly see what they look like. They're still a team we're kind of getting a feel for how they actually like to play.
Well, I mean, we get to see exactly here how they play. I'm going to leave it with you two as we get into draft. Good luck, fellas, and this is going to be hopefully a really good game.
Our final game of the night. Ark and Chingu's fighting to stay alive in this tournament. Winner goes on to that 1-1 score. The loser will be 0-2 and will be eliminated from this group. I'm super excited to get into this draft. We've been talking about them, Linsanity in the top lane, obviously these bot lanes as well. There's so much to be excited for as we get on into it. Will be Ark with that blue side. And every team with blue side today has one, I believe. So we'll have to see if that tradition keeps up.
Let's see what they get, because obviously there are still it's best of one, so a lot of power picks can come through, things like the Yunara, which we saw last time. You've got a lot of options. We haven't really seen a lot of Riseless in our tournament so far, but Rise still considered to be incredibly powerful, and certainly something which could start to come through, as we are just targeting the mid lane on Skull Bullet. Again, Skull Bullet, just not really a team that we have a lot of tape on, so you have to think that maybe Archichingus they popped open the OBGGs and they're trying to target them that way. We'll see what they end up with as see what gets banned here.
And the Thresh to start things out there, trying to take that away from Lovers. So Aphelios Thresh off the table, still has options with that Lulu if they choose, right? Even something like Bard or Nico, there's options if they go that route. But the solid, reliable, stable support going to be taken away.
Yeah, Nico's another one where it's really strange that we haven't seen too much of her. I feel like we might have seen one game in the tournament, but not really a staple of our support players here. A lot of Nautilus, obviously, a lot of Leona, and then a smattering of Bard. That's really been about it. Of course, the fact that we're in best of ones does mean that you kind of, if you found your identity in draft, and the Nico doesn't necessarily fit that, then it does make a lot of sense that you don't necessarily go for it. I've also been seeing Vi banned a lot, which just does make a lot of sense because you kind of stop a lot of potential problems when you just take away that Vi. She's got that point-and-click CC, so it really lets you play things like a Hypercarry, Yunara, Jinx, things like that. You don't have to worry about things like the Wukong after that.
Third Graves ban of the night. This is interesting because we don't really see it. I cover the LCP a lot. We don't really see Graves at all there. So it's interesting to see it get banned away, especially this much. Bard, like you mentioned, going to be taken away as well. So this support pool is continuing to dwindle down. The first pick now will be that Orianna. Solid pick overall. Taking it away first makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Orianna just so dependable. You're not going to have the Vi, but you will have things like the Wukong, the Xin Shao, to back it up. Ashe Seraphine could just be the slam here, and we talked about the bot lane being a potential threat here for Skull Bullet. They will be looking to put at least something in the skulls of Ark and Chingus, as that sentence grammatically makes sense, because Chingus means friends. What is the response here? Probably looking for some sort of pairing. Knockwave, obviously going to be potentially a thing you go for, especially when you've got something immobile like an Ashe on the other side. J4, obviously not a bad choice either, and looks like that's what Spirit wants to lock away.
There we go. Some standard drafting across the board to start things off here. What is this pick here for B3? Maybe you go for one of those 80 carries, try and set yourself up well. Otherwise, you could just lock in the Gwen, lock up your top side, and then say, hey, I see a bot lane. We're just going to play whatever we want. We've already got our top side that we are completely set at just rolling over with, because Orianna and Gwen, that's a very, very scary combo.
Yeah, sure is, and it gives you a bit of counterplay against an Ashe Seraphine lane. I was going to say it does open you up to things that can challenge it. The Jax is an option in that it does get to function in team fights. The one I was expecting was potentially that Renekton, but that's not going to be the case here. So looking for something which will suffer just a little bit early on, But eventually it will just take over because it is just a Jax by virtue of being Jax. And we're targeting the bot lane on Skullbullet's side, whereas it's still just that mid lane to take away. So taking away things that are good into the Orianna could potentially be that Rise takeaway, could be the Azir side of the matchup, I think, sucks a bit, but he was buffed on this patch, so it does give you a bit more DPS further down the line. Could be something they target here on Ark and Chungus.
What are your thoughts for the bot lane here for Ark? What do they go for, especially now that Yunara has been banned away? They're running out of options.
Yeah, ranged hyper carry feels like it's the order of the day.
Yeah.
Could go for something aggressive, of course, to challenge, but I think if you can play at range and just wave clear, Jinx feels great. Obviously, Caitlyn, potential. You could go for a range support as well, so go for something like the Bard on your
Bard's
side,
banned.
but of course that is banned, so that will not be an option. So, I mean, Renata is not terrible here if you both press your R buttons at the same time, and then you have the W to save someone. Especially now that there's a Galio. Renata, of course, good with and against dive could be an option. But I do like the double range setup. Obviously, you get Ashe Arrow as Renata, then your life is forfeit. So there is that to contend with. So they're just going to go for the aggressive route. And I mean, into an Ashe Seraphine, if you engage first, yeah, why not?
And Nautilus going to be locked in the Galio as well, creating a lot of space. They're going to go with the MF this time around.
Okay.
So not opting for that hyper carry, instead looking for that team fight control. If they can get those team fights online, if you can get depth charge, Cataclysm with the ball, all with the MF ult, right, that's just fight over, right? Regardless of the counter strike, regardless of anything else, they've got a lot to work with. As there is the Nocturne, a very, very classic combo of the Nocturne Galio to come on in here. This is a very, very scary topside for both of these teams.
Yeah, and with the Jax being your sort of flanking member, what I'm seeing is if this Misfortune stands still in the wrong place and presses her R button, she will have a Nocturne on top of her, she will have an Ashe Arrow coming her way, she will have a Galio diving on top of her, and potentially a Jax. Meanwhile, Seraphine just rains song on you from afar. So this was the concern I had, and this is why I was looking for more of that sort of mobile hyper carry, something like a Jinx, which can get resets and sort of move throughout the fight, because Misfortune is very much one and done. And when you've got a Nocturne Galio on the other side, you don't necessarily have that target that is just going to be in your front line that you can get to one shot, unless this is a very good game for Smile and Lovers. So a lot of impetus put on Spirit, I think, to get towards the bot side and make stuff happen, get this Misfortune ahead, because yes, she's a lane bully, but she does need help to make stuff happen in the early game.
Absolutely, she does, and let's see how things go in that regard, because Nocturne will be starting topside. There is a vision on that red already, though, thanks to that early proactivity from Spirit, from Ark. So a bit of an eye on what Goosey gets up to here. A bit hard to pressure for those early ganks, especially with the way that we see these teams play around that early aggro. Hang on.
Linsanity has gone for the lethal tempo.
Yeah. I mean, this is a really, really nice way to stack up that attack speed just as fast as possible with the passive as well. You can really overwhelm someone if they're not looking for it. It does mean that you sacrifice the Grasp of Undying, but that can be an all right trade, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is definitely, it's a way you kind of cheat against matches that would normally be that little bit favored for your opponent as Jax, to actually swing it in your favor, where you can take those trades a little bit earlier because your all in exists, as opposed to with Grasp where it just doesn't. Shout outs to Chippies, who has a really good Jax guide, and one of the things he talks about in that guide is exactly when you would take lethal tempo and what matchup and how you would use it. And Insanity is going to be crashing his way, so very clearly he has used it to great effect. So getting himself a little bit of an advantage, 240 gold, very nice.
Pretty standard in the bot lane as well. Usually at level 2 you see these bot lanes exchanging the heal and the ignite and all that. Just playing some standard League of Legends. In the mid lane, just as you'd expect as well. Bit of a lead in the lane pressure from this Galio, but it's traded back from health. Now, nice hook somehow lands They're going to burn the Ignite, I believe. Not just yet. The Locks, being forced to heal, could be in a bit of trouble. Spirit's here. Going to get to safety with the Flag and Drag. All 6 staying alive for the moment. Lovers could be in a bit of trouble. Goosey might have overextended. There's the Ignite can finally be used. And Wrangle in trouble as well. Smile. Flash available.
Smile
still
has flash.
Hunting. Needs something. And it will be enough. The Love Tap finds the second shot. They will turn around that gank / counter gank in their favor.
Yeah, it was a gank, and then it was a counter gank, and we kind of just went back and forth, but they do get the kill on Smile after a bunch of summoners blown, so potential for the regank for really both sides here. Of course, Juicy is on that Nocturne, so not quite having as much power in the ganks at this stage of the game, and Spirit seems to be fully aware of it. He's going to go straight for that crab, look for his top side clear, and then probably look for a reset to try and path down towards the bot side. And there it is. So set your clocks. Be about 1 minute 30 on the clock before Spirit makes his way back down there, assuming he does go top lane, which looks to be the case. And that is when Wrangle and Locks have to be careful, because they're already that 1 kill down. Talked about how this Misfortune does want to be accelerated in this game, and certainly does have it with the BF sword in the inventory, probably looking for that Bloodthirst to build. So she is going to be doing a whole bunch of damage and doing not a lot of dying when it comes to those mid waves. Especially
since that cleanser's still up, right? All of the summoners in bot lane were gone except for that cleanse. Spirit still holding on to that flash as well. So repeat ganking is still going to be quite powerful for them. As we see
there is also mental warfare in this lane.
Yeah,
as Freon gets traded on by Linsanity, but the mental warfare in this lane, because I think out of all of the abilities in this game, getting hit by a bounced Misfortune Q is probably the most tilting thing on the fight.
And landing it is the most dopamine. There it is right there. Locks just took it. And it hurts every single time.
Yeah, and you feel like an idiot, because yes, the minion was dying in front of you, but I just have, I'm so boosted.
Yeah. In the mid lane, trading back and forth here. Prion's having a rough go of it here. We'll get a little bit of CS under the tower, but even still, it's going to be a tough situation, even as the lane continues to expand out. Not sure if it will be that. Probably going to be the Dusk and Dawn with lethal tempo, because you can stack it up twice as fast. And that in of itself is just even more of a menace to deal with, even if you do miss out on the extra stats and all that kind of stuff that comes with Triforce. So I have to see what they end up doing towards the bot lane here as Spirit clearing out vision. Dragon is up and available. Could look to start that and take away some early pressure, especially since no camps are up. Probably you go to. Yeah.
Yep, time for Dragon. You've got push in bot lane. You've got a Misfortune sitting on a BF sword, so she hits like a truck, as we were discussing. Locks suffering at the hands of the Misfortune Qs, which they just feel unavoidable sometimes. You want to step up the wave, you lose half your health. Great, awesome. And that is going to be that Dragon, so a little bit of extra resist going to be definitely helping in the trades. Goosey does do a good job of cross-mapping, getting something back for himself. It is going to be that blue picked up for himself, and any extra experience that Nocturne picks up at this stage of the game is going to be a bonus, because he gets to level 6 and he gets to the point where he can actually impact the map. And with this Galio having crested level 6 as well, that is the point where you do want to start trying to actually make plays, as he is going to clear this wave, look to get a bit of a reset off. And that's where you can start to maybe exploit things like this heavily pushing bot side. Is Freon, he just wants to run away probably? No?
Might find a little bit of extra needlework damage. Imagine looking for it, but that one goes a little bit wide. Yeah, a lot of universal ultimate ability here for Skull Bullet to really influence the map.
Yeah, Linsanity didn't have to burn his ult or his flash there. He has the teleport on cooldown from the previous cycle of play, so he is kind of in a great spot. Really half a level up on Preon, just from some great laning, utilizing that lethal tempo to just beat Gwen over the head. So he's playing this really well. Got a haircut there, but he wants to crash his wave, so we'll see if he gets the chance to. Preon might be able to set up a bit of freeze here. But eyes on the Jarvan.
This mountain's making it a little bit more manageable for Preon to live in this lane. Smile's having a fun time down here. got himself a 7, a little bit more gold lead.
Ash Seraphine poke doesn't really matter anymore because
No.
he's got a Vamp Scepter. Wade's in a bit of an awkward spot, but again, you want to set that clock because J4 completing his bot side clear, he's not going to have his... He is going to have his Krugs to do. So once he's got those done, and if the Wave's in a decent spot, then that's where we start to look for that potential engage. But Goosey is aware.
Double buff
Goosey
is very
liking,
strong.
has level
They
7.
could be looking for something. Locks looking for the angle. Chain CC will be enough. Charm barely misses, but still, they're just going to dive on in through the tower. Locks picks that one up, unfortunately. Now Cataclysm, the Chain CC, the combo is there. Wrangle's going to fall on down finally, as a nice hook means the Goosey probably isn't long for the world either. That's a double kill traded back and double buffs onto this Orianna. Probably not the way you'd hope to go for. Definitely not the way you'd hope for it for Skullbullets.
Yeah, definitely not. Nocturne, infamous for wanting to get the most out of his first ultimate of the game, and that was it right there. And unfortunately, it just ends up with a couple of kills being handed over to the mid laner. The Orianna on the other side is here. We'll see it again. Goosey does a really good job of just setting up alongside the Ashe.
Oh.
Unfortunate that the ultimate from the Seraphine just doesn't quite clip Smile, but Spirit comes in. Arc is waiting in the wings. Spirit is tanky enough to just deal with the Galio ultimate and then flash out afterwards, and that does end up in the 2 kills going into the Orianna's pocket. So we'll get accelerated in this game. Those shockwaves are going to sting, as he does have the Ludens completed. We've been seeing a lot more Ludens in competitive, as the item has been... I don't even think it was changed. It's just better now because it's a stick.
Yeah. No, it does a lot, especially with that burst where you really need it on towards someone like the Ashe. Especially since it can like bounce multiple times on the same person now. Makes it quite powerful in that. And because you never really wanted to build Malignance outside of that, you know, little bit of extra... Oh, hang on a moment. Prion gets the solo bolo, and Linsanity goes to the grave.
Yeah, gets the kill just off the needlework. Just presses the R button, runs forward, has the slows on Linsanity, who doesn't have that extra health from the grasp as well, so that may be a little bit relevant here, and just does pick up that kill. So getting himself a little bit of a lead. He's going to keep himself afloat in this game. And again, lead's very, very important for the side of Arc and Chingus. They really do want to be ahead so that when they try and press all of their buttons at once on someone, that there is just enough damage they can get it done.
Looks like it will be that Triforce build this time around for Linsanity. Not going to go for Dusk and Dawn. Recognizes probably a little bit too much magic damage on the team already from the Galio, who's going to do a lot of work, from the Seraphine as well. I'm going to try and stick to just bullying in this top lane. They're already doing a little bit of damage in this extended trade. Prion down to half. Stacking that lethal tempo up to full. Just being a little bit of a pressure, recognizing, hey, you got me before, but I'm still a bit of a threat. Now, Spirit could be in a bit of trouble. Gets the smite. Now, dodges that ult from the Ashe.
Wait.
Still in a bit of trouble, though, and barely not able to get it off in time. Good catch from Zinc and Goosey. Linsanity somehow dies again. Was trying to dive, and I don't know what happened there. That was odd.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Don't think we'll be able to see it again, but that dodge from Spirit was a bit... we should get to see it again, nice. Yeah, that dodge from Spirit was bonkers, and it's unfortunate that he died. But Goosey is going to pick up potentially this Drake.
He'll get the dragon barely, and does get the heal as well from the smite. That might be enough. Gets out. Oh my god. Uses the paranoia to his benefit. And now how far can they go? Because Wrangle falls on down. No depth charge available. You could sense perhaps Lovers was looking for some angle to flash, but it wasn't going to be there. So the dragon secured. It is one that they would prefer to get with this Seraphine, with the various bits of tenacity that they would like to achieve. As Hexplate going to be secured as well for Goosey.
This is just really unfortunate that Goosey lives for so long, and then the Galio Ultimate Shield comes through, and the Orianna probably could have re-engaged that a little bit sooner, but there was too many members in the area, and unfortunately Smile did not get the memo walking up. Spotted on a ward, so Nocturne Ultimate just goes on top of his head as the escape route. And he just gets cut down. So Slight gold lead over to Archichingus just from this early run of play, but we are seeing some punches back from Skull Bullet. This Nocturne is staying fairly relevant, finding some decent impact. But we haven't really seen anything from them where they've been able to really coordinate and have their carries on the same page at the same time. Because a lot of it has just been wrangle and locks, so caught off to the side. We've been seeing Linsanity kind of pinned under his tower or diving under the enemy tower and getting killed for it. So it's all kind of a little bit disjointed for Archichingus, and he is dead.
It's just easier like that, doesn't even need the flag and drag, and you can tell Linsanity was definitely waiting for it. He just says, I'm just going to drop a Cataclysm on your head and call it a day. Top lane is looking quite free now for Prion in a lane that we thought might be a bit of a struggle. Down to 2 plates, probably almost at the tower itself falling. With those grubs, makes it a little bit easier as well.
Just do the proxy into proxy.
Oh, this is a brutal lane. Linsanity TP back before, so won't have it for the next minute or so. This lane is going to get increasingly more difficult. That's a 1.5k gold lead in the top lane. Almost the same in mid as well.
Yeah, we'll see if when Prion gets back to lane, if he does have that Riftmaker in inventory. A very rich man, 5.6k to the good. So Riftmaker will be that first item that you usually go for on the on the Gwen. Gives you that tankiness. Then anything you get from there, you get the Omnivamp conversion. Really, really nice. So kind of starts that role for the Gwen. At this point, though, Linsanity is not necessarily looking to interact with the Gwen so much. It's just kind of going to be ping-ponging waves back and forth. Any trade you take at this point is going to suck because you're just so far behind. You are just trying to get to that Triforce, maybe looking for Zhonya's as that second item so you can be a bit more relevant in team fights, and that's where your role is going to come in because you're just trying to be that threat on the back line so that your Galio, so that your Nocturne can just get some work done. But Linsanity, he hasn't got that memo. He does have a Nocturne in his back pocket, but he will just walk away, start hitting the little guys in the hoods.
Will absolutely, and Rift Herald is up and available. Going to be taken by Spirit for now. No wards in the pit. Even try and contest here from Goosey. Jungle building up a significant CS lead overall. Not the same, not big enough to count as a level or anything. At least not until now. But still doing a lot of work for a Jarvan in this matchup.
Smile.
Where usually, like you mentioned, somehow Smile died bot as Prion trying to capitalize on something here. TP plus the unleashed teleport movement speed might put Wrangle into the waiting arms of the blue team. How did they go from here? I wonder how that happened. Both summoners burned. It looks like chain CC combo of the ults just caught him unawares.
But our observer unawares as well. Completely fair.
Caught me unawares.
Very, very fast.
Yeah,
it caught us all unawares. You just both buttons get pressed and it's chain CC. It's completely dead. But it is going to be responded really well. It's Brown's been put into Zinc, and he's probably going to be quite happy in that matchup just because he's Gwen. He has a decent amount of true damage. Meanwhile, Smile is relegated to watching Jax take the tower. But it is that 2.8k goal lead for Archichingus. And I think they're well set up. As long as they can keep this pace, as long as they can keep being on time for the objectives, which right now they are not, to be completely fair. But once Smile catches this wave, it might just be they might just be giving up this dragon, actually.
Yeah, TP for Linsanity as well. Smile's just going to continue to farm up. Won't be here for a while. He's heading over now.
He's
won't be there in time. Gwen's nowhere near. They're going to have to give up the dragon. Unless a miracle, the spirit happens, they're not going to risk it. They burn a lot of ultimates on towards this Nautilus as Goosey goes way too far in. Somehow even lives for the moment. Lovers going to finally fall on down. But they've overextended themselves incredibly. Goosey falls incredibly low. Flag and Drag finishes it off. And now look at Prion rather, looking for the angle. Linsanity trying to find something. Look at this, Gwen living. Wrangle in a bit of trouble. Dashes on through. Gonna find the double for Arc. And the flag and drag catches me there as well. Zinc gonna fall on down by an MF that's run across the entirety of the map at this point. And somehow they turn that into a 4-0 team fight.
Yeah, somehow is the operative word. Now, we need to see that fight again because there's a couple of things at play. One is that this is a misfortune with a Bloodthirster, so she just takes so long to kill, even though Linsanity is literally sitting on top of him. And the other thing is that Gwen is just really, really strong at this point. So even though the arrow lands, the ult is committed by the Nocturne onto the Orianna, who's able to speed boost out, get out of dodge, and then Goosey's forced to regroup with his team. They are able to cut down the Nautilus, but then Prion just appears in the enemy backline, and yes, he gets taunted, but at this point, Spirit's already in there, wailing away on your team, making sure that Wrangle isn't able to hit any priority targets, does a great job of disengaging, buying time for Prion to get in there. And like I said, this is just a Bloodthirster misfortune, so with the love tap damage, with just the amount of damage that she does, she's able to stay completely topped off through the fight, and just even though it's basically 3 or 4 fights happening at once, they're all really well played by every member of Arc and Chingus because of just by virtue of what items they build or just the way that they played out the fight and using their flash cooldowns at the right time.
Now things get a little bit dicey for the side of Skull Bullets. Got some items online. We've got 2 dragons to their name, but they're running out of options. I mean, we saw how much was committed there by a Jax that is ostensibly pretty strong, all things considered, just to try and take down a Nautilus. And it didn't work. And now Prion, this is the first, hits the second, looking for the third, but there's 2 people nearby. Paranoia as well, buys a lot of space, and the Conqueror's enough. Double love tap and the bullet time, and they are in a terrible situation here. They're going to hand the kills, spoon feed them to the carries, and just like that, the attempt of a play onto Prion goes horribly wrong.
So you might have heard a caster say Gwen is immune before. Gwen's immune. She's really hard to kill. So
can't even target her with the Paranoia.
Yeah, you understand the idea from Goosey and Linsanity.
Oh, hang on.
That's
Cataclysm
engaged.
going to be used. Shockwave just melts Wrangle. And Zinc as well with the Justice Punch going to be locked in there. No flash available, the Ignite as well. The Chain CC is clean, and all across the map, they get 4 kills just like that.
Yeah, the wheels are falling off a Skull Bullet as Arc and Chingus, they've just got such an advantage, and I will say Orianna Champion feels unfair when she's got a lead, and this is a 3.4k gold lead, so those slows, those shockwaves really, really hurt. She's in fact the richest person on Summoner's Rim. So Arc has done an incredible job. Prion as well.
Goosey
He is
definitely in trouble. Just going to melt down. The Needleworks back up. A little bit of deja vu for the Nocturne. Back-to-back deaths to this Gwen. And this is brutal for the side of Arc and Chingus. They are looking to try and stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think they're absolutely going to get it done. This Prion is absolutely massive. He hasn't died despite some of the early skirmishes. As Zinc is going to get the tower's attention for a moment, but it's not going to last long.
Fully stacked. This is a Gwen that melts even tanks. Even magic damage tanks at the moment have no chance of dealing with this 2-item Gwen.
I said this at the start of the season. I was casting, I think it was OBL, and I sort of said, like, so Dusk and Dawn was the talk of the town at the time because we were seeing things like the Dusk and Dawn Echo and all these cool combinations people were trying. I was trying like Dusk and Dawn Cannon, not very good by the way, but like Dusk and Dawn is an item that gives you AP, health, and lets you skip an on hit. And the question I had at the time, and the question I still have, is: did Gwen need buffs?
No,
she didn't.
No.
So why? I love this item; it's great. But it's just a Gwen item. It's just an item that makes Gwen better.
Yeah.
So, she didn't need it. Very cool. Glad she has it. Wish other people had cool toys. Some people get all the luck. Spirit Art, looking for a trap.
Insanity in a bit of trouble. Paranoia, they're going to dive completely onto this Nautilus and burn everything to try and get the kill. But look how much time it buys. And meanwhile, Insanity in so much trouble. The Needlework going to find some damage. And there's the kill to finish things off. And they are just melting through them once again. Flag and Drag finds it. There's 3. They might not even need to go for this fight around the dragon because they're just going to look to end off this game. There's one more left. It's just Locke standing. But how much longer can you survive? They are fighting like the third monkey trying to climb onto Noah's Ark, and it's starting to rain, trying desperately to stay alive in this tournament. 21 kills is a little bit of positive gameplay there from Spirit. They're going to end regardless.
They are going to end this game, and it was a really nice try by Skullbullet. I think this draft was extremely well executed by Ark and Chingus. They are not going to end just yet. I feel like they absolutely could have.
I blame Spirit on that.
Yeah, Spirit. Happy gaming.
I was so
Our producer
close.
also thought the game was over.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Metaphase, best in the business.
Yep, shout out.
Game is going to continue, and there is an Infernal Drake for the taking. The thing we haven't really talked about, because it has felt like Ark and Chingus have been handily winning the fights thus far, is that it is 3 Drakes, or it will be 3 Drakes for Skullbullet. So Infernal does give them a little bit of extra damage, which I think their composition surely needs when your carrier is an Ashe and your top laner is a Jax. He will do damage, but Infernal will help.
Wrangle. Out of position here, depth charge gonna land. There's the TP coming in, and that's an 80 carry that is not long for the world.
Oh,
Gonna hand that one over to Smile for good measure. 36 seconds on this Ashe. They got 5 people approaching towards this base. The inhibitor's still down. One of the towers is still down. They've got waves coming in. They might look to try and close it out here. Say goodbye. Skullbullets and their chances in this. Paranoia. There's no angle to find it. On towards the backline. Ark in a bit of trouble. The hero's entrance doesn't find much. Onto the backline. Linsanity trying to find something. Counter-strike won't be enough. There's another kill over to the MF. And we thought it was over before. Now it's truly well and done. Skullbullets will be eliminated at O2 and AC. Ark and Chingus stay alive and keep their playoffs hopes here.
So that's my point. That was a really well executed game by Ark and Chingus in terms of just the way they drafted, in terms of just the way they piloted their composition. They knew what they needed to do, which was they got this bot lane accelerated. They had this Misfortune who was basically unkillable with the Bloodthirster online. And from there, any attempts to dive anyone on the side of Ark and Chingus just was not going to bear any fruit. And we saw that multiple times, the Misfortune surviving through the Nocturne dives. We saw her survive Linsanity jumping on her. And then also the Orianna, very much the same thing, where she was just so accelerated. So really well played. I will say, shout outs to Skullbullet. I want to see these guys again. I hope they qualify through another tournament, because I think this is a team that I do think they can hang. So hopefully we get to see more of them. But Ark and Chingus, these are players we've seen before. They have the experience, so they just look great.
Absolutely. I mean, from across the map, right, they had the disengage potential of this Nautilus from Lovers that kept them out of so many disastrous situations and really helped them to secure that win. But across the board, they will be staying alive. They are now 1-1. They win their game next weekend, they're in playoffs. Hopefully.
Hello.
We'll see.
1-1. I mean, that was a really good game. Something that I don't see often, something that I haven't seen that much is that Nocturne not being able to find a Paranoia. Specifically on that Gwen. You made a mention where there's a moon. I for some reason it eluded me to the fact of Nocturne is so terrible into Gwen. It's such a good counter pick into that Nocturne, and it just made the side lanes a little bit harder to look for. And so therefore you got a couple sort of falterings. That Ashe, I loved Wrangle's Ashe. I really, really did. A couple good enchanted arrows. We didn't see any full crazy long shots, but a couple good enchanted arrows, and I think just Ark and Chingu just putting on such a really good performance at the end there. Really good coordination, really good teamwork to bring out that win. And yes, as you mentioned, that's going to be 1-1 for them now, and it's going to be good. I think coming into next week, we can take a look at the group stages here. Coming into next week, we've got some really good just standings at the moment. So we'll go through these all as we see Group A, coached by Woodon, 2 strong wins. We've got the Maplers and Team Capybara, both 1-on-1. And unfortunately, Low Cortisol, 0-2. Entering in Group B, we've got Rich Dynasty 2-0, Melbourne University Esports, and La Passione 1-on-1. Found through today. Unfortunately, the Chudlings 0-2. Entering in that Group C, I love this. Every single team of Group C, 1-for-1. That's anyone's standings, really. Next week is going to be so important. We're going to be figuring out who's, it might look even at the moment, but we're sure that there's 2 teams that are going to stand above the rest there. And finally, in Group D, UNSW Hal, Rush Hour 4 and Ark and Chungus on that 1-for-1. UNSW Hal on that 2-0. And unfortunately, yes, after this final game, Skull Bullet on that 0-2. I'll go through both of you fellas. Let's go. Mercury, what team are you most looking forward to seeing next week?
Oh, I mean, this is tough, but I gotta say La Passione, right? Like, obviously, they lost to Rich Dynasty, sure, but they absolutely showed up against Melbourne, today. And, next week, they're going up against Chudlings, who, again, like you mentioned, are 0-2. They have a chance to claw their way back into playoffs. That'd be such an incredible story to see.
Weapon, what about you?
I mean, I know, you guys know that I have really close ties, big fan of the intervarsity scene. So we've already got one of our teams out in UNSW Hal. I really want to see Melbourne University step it up. They got hard pressured in this last game. So
they're
hopefully next week, they're up against Rich. Oh my God, it's over. But I do want to see what happens in that Group C. I think that's going to be a big one. Mm-hmm. I really hope that AMP can keep up this level of performance. But failing that, we do also have Cat with Sombrero, obviously our boy Styled, Thean, Foreigner, Fido. That's definitely a team to keep an eye on. If they can put it all together, they're definitely a team that can challenge the top spots. So it's going to be a fun one next week.
It certainly will. There's so many teams. I know we have so many different people rooting for each of these different teams. But unfortunately for tonight, that's going to be the end of the games. We will be here next week. I've got to make it really clear. Have a follow on our Twitter, Oceanic Res. Also, if you'd like to watch any of these games, check us out on YouTube or Twitch. All the games and the VODs will be posted there. Check out the website if you'd like to also see any more information, oceanicresurrection.com. But from all of us here tonight, we will say goodnight and see you next week. It's been a great one.